looks like it's going to be a lot of fun. There's a lot of good-looking segments on the show tonight, and things that I think have got a lot of potential, right? So what we'll do is we'll start where we always start. We'll break the show down. We'll have a look at the preview on WWE. Actually, I wonder if I can jump over to the full screen. Yes, you can see what I can. Bit cheeky, innit? Look at that. Look at that. An AEW advert on WWE.com. This is WWE.com. And the advert that I've got is for AEW. That is cheeky. That is cheeky. I have seen them do that before. But there we go. I've got an advert for AEW all in London on the 25th of August. I didn't realise that was so soon. Is that this weekend, is it? On the 25th of August. Interesting. Is that the Saturday or the Sunday? I'm guessing that's the Saturday, is it? It's normally a Saturday, isn't it? Let me have a little look. No, it's the Sunday? Oh, I'm free on Sunday. I'm not going to go, but I am free on Sunday, and I do keep saying it, I do like the Tony Storm story, in all fairness, but that's by the by. Right, let's break down. So we've got CM Punk. He's going to deliver a message to Drew McIntyre. It's probably give me back my bracelet, right? That's what I would imagine, but he's going to deliver a message. Then we've got Damage Control and Shayna and Zoey. They're going to be in a triple threat, taking on the tag champs Alba and Isla. So Damage Control, Shayna and Zoey, Alba and Isla, triple threat for the WWE Women's Tag Team titles, right? It's good, should be okay. That's all right, titles on the line. So we got a title match. We've got CM Punk delivering a message. I mean, a CM Punk promo. For many of us, you know, it's been a long wait for CM Punk to be back in WWE. I don't know when I'm going to get tired of seeing CM Punk in a WWE ring, but it is not anytime soon. So I'm seeing a few people going, I'm not really too bothered. I've seen a few people saying like CM Punk's promos haven't been that great since he came back, but honestly, all I can tell you is I'm excited to see him. For me, I'm excited to see him because for me, he is still CM Punk. He is still someone that I've been desperate to see back in WWE. We got New Day and Odyssey Jones. They're going to be joining up to take on the Final Testament. That should be fun. Looking forward to that because I think the New Day story since Odyssey came in has got quite juicy. Then we got Randy Orton. He's going to be speaking about delivering an RKO to Gunther, right? Obviously, that happened last week after we had the whole you're a screw-up, just like your dad, just like your granddad. He then hit that RKO. So I like that story, actually. I like that feud. I think Gunther wins, but I'm down for that. I think it's going to be a great match. We've seen it once before, obviously, with a controversial finish, so I'm down for seeing it again, to be honest. Then we got Sheamus. He's going to be taking on Pete Dunne. Man, that's going to bang. Listen, as Sheamus brings bangers, Pete Dunne is a brilliant opponent. Bit of heat to this feud as well, so it's ticking a box for me. And then we got Maxine Dupree against Ivy Nile. Now, clearly, that's not going to be a banger, but there's plenty going on there and potential for Nikki to make the save and potential for the Wyatt Sicks to make their presence felt. And obviously, Last Chance, which was so fun. Honestly, I really enjoyed that tweet. I love the fact that we had some even more cryptic than normally. It's just a screenshot from the video. Now they, you know, started messing it up again and putting in like that Caesar cipher code at the top. So there was a lot more to it. I got Nightbird flashbacks. So yeah, that was a lot of fun. And I did wonder if we'd get something from them over the weekend. And I wonder if we get another Bo sit down interview. Like, it's not an interview, is it? But like a video, a vignette. I wonder if we get another one of those. So lots and lots and lots for us to look forward to. Raw has been cooking really well recently. Raw has been doing a fantastic job. So I feel like that's going to continue. So that's where we are with the show. I want to try and jump in and speak to as many people as possible. I do love these couple of hours that we have before we get going. One thing I do just want to do, though, is just make sure that our tweet is out so that people know that we are live, and people know that they can come and join the conversation and share their thoughts. As soon as I've retweeted that, I am in the chat with you guys. There it is. Lovely. I set it up so that it would just automatically post, and it has, which is wonderful. Isn't it great when things just work? Isn't that wonderful? Lovely. Right. Repost. Go there. Has it done? Yes. Right. Wrestling World Podcast, shout out to you, says, I'm going to be going live on YouTube and I'm going to talk about Raw. Wrestling World Podcast, I hope you have a good evening. Kyle said, I'm a huge fan of this channel. Kyle, thank you. Hope you are well. Tom said, I'm saying about 1 hour 45 on Wyatt Sicks, then the rest will be the rest of the show. What do we mean? Like the next hour 45 will be on Wyatt Sicks? Oh, I don't know. We just go wherever the conversation goes, to be honest. If people want to talk Wyatt Sicks, we'll talk Wyatt Sicks. If people want to talk about Rhea or Liv or Fanatics Fest or, whatever. I mean, I think the reason we talk so much about Wyatt Sicks is because they've obviously been one of the biggest things this year, certainly on the Raw sides. I mean, Roman and Cody very much on the SmackDown sides. And so I think the Wyatt Sicks has been like one of the biggest things on the Raw sides. And, the whole Bray thing with him passing away and Bo carrying on the legacy. I think you can understand why people have been so engaged with it. And I think it's brilliant to see, to be honest. I think it's really exciting to see that creative being carried forwards, and so far so good. There was a report that came out that WWE are really pleased with them. They're really pleased with the merch sales. So I mean, yeah, it's just good vibes, man. It's just good vibes. A Crow Trip said, I hope that Uncle Howdy will send us a video and tell us more about things. I hope so as well. I really enjoyed last week because anything that's just going to get a little more cryptic, I think is appreciated, because past few weeks we've been getting pretty straightforward stuff. As I said, screenshots just showing like the sit-down interviews, and we've kind of just worked our way through those, and they've been good, but I don't think they've really got us really asking that many questions. They've been good. You can do a video out of them and have a good conversation about them, but really once you get past Tuesday, that's it. I mean, you're just waiting for the next one, really. So I felt like last week's had a bit more to it, and I felt like the tweet we got yesterday had a bit more to it. So long may that continue. Definitely down for more of that. Stephen said, Days, when do we think that Jey Uso is going to help Roman? And do we think Sammy goes? Yeah, I do. I do think Sammy goes. I think that he will help Roman, but I think it'll be quite late. Obviously, Roman's just been beaten down. I think next time we see Roman, there's a chance that he says he's not come alone and then brings out Jimmy. I really don't think he can say and Jey and bring Jey out. You need that moment where he's trying to convince him to join him. I really think you need that moment where you actually see them on screen. That's going to be a very emotional segment, because that's going to be Roman basically going up to Jey and apologizing, saying that he always believed in him. That's why he was his right-hand man. Don't forget, he was the right-hand man. That's why he was seen as the next tribal chief and all this kind of stuff. He always believed in him. It's no surprise the success that Jey has had. Maybe even Roman goes yeet or something like that. That'd be an amazing moment where Roman sort of is being quite humble, yeet, and does a little yeet as he tries to win Jey over. But you see, I think there's so much mileage there. There's so much value there. It could even be one of those kind of Otis moments, where the crowd was so desperate for Otis to leave Chad, and it didn't happen. It didn't happen. It didn't happen. It didn't happen. I think you go down the same road with Jey, only the opposite. The crowd are going to be so desperate for him to join up with Roman. I would not do it in one segment. I would have that heartfelt moment, and I would have Jey kind of walk away, and you're like, no, Jey, he's changed. But Jey's not sure, and Jey walks off. I think that'd be sick. I think that'd be so good because people would be so desperate to see him join up with the tribal chief that you just tease it like you did with Otis. So yeah, for me, that is not, oh, it'll be 2 weeks' time. For me, that is a bit of a long-term project. I mean, I clearly it's got to be in place by Survivor Series. Honestly, if we just get him by Survivor Series, then that would be okay with me. I would be absolutely fine with that. If, like, Jay was the missing piece of the puzzle, you could even get Sammy back before Jay, and Sammy could want to help Roman before Jay does. And because Jay's going to be the bigger piece, you know, the whole yeet thing and everything, that's the bigger piece of the puzzle. So you could get Jimmy, you could get Heyman, you could get Sammy, and Jay is still the one that just keeps holding out, and then eventually maybe the go-home show for Survivor Series, Jay finally agrees, or like finally comes to Roman's rescue, and there's a big emotional moment and the match is made. You know, no longer do they need to find that mystery person to help them at Survivor Series. It's gonna be Jay. And at Survivor Series, for the first time, we're going to see that group all together again. Because if we want to do, like, tag matches, stuff like that, I mean, you'd be able to do Roman, Jimmy. Or you could even get Sammy over before Jay and do Jimmy and Sammy. Because Jimmy and Sammy always got on. Don't forget, they were always great friends. It was Jay that was very standoffish to Sammy. So I feel like Sammy is a very forgiving person. I could see him being persuaded a bit sooner than Jay. And I could see him and Jimmy having some success as a tag team. Leave it. Very last minute, bring in Jay. Survivor Series, the first time we see the OG bloodline. Boom. Sexy. I'm telling you, that would be great. I would go. The great thing about the story is there's so many directions that you can go. There's so many different things that you can do with it. That's just one example, but there's other ways that you can go. But I'd personally be looking at something like that. Carl and Dawn, shout out to you. Said Days, how's it going? Did you ever get that point? Not yet. It's in my point fund. But you know what? There isn't a massive stream on Saturday. So obviously we had UFC on Saturday just gone, and a big thank you to everyone that joined us for that. But there is UFC, but it's not the biggest, and there is no wrestling on Saturday. So at the moment, I'm kind of thinking, oh, could I take it as an opportunity to go to Starbridge, my hometown, where I was born and raised, and I have not been there for quite a while now. But it would be nice to go there and go and watch the football team and go and get a pint and buy the new shirt, because they've got the new football shirts out now. So I'm really thinking like Saturday would be a good opportunity to do that. The team are playing on Saturday. So no, not yet, my friend. It's gone into the pint fund, and I may dip into that fund on Saturday. I'm not too sure yet though, so we'll wait and see. Right now I'm focused on Raw. Apex said, I'm confused. Why is Raw and SmackDown not live on the network as well as new? I don't know why. I spent money for a subscription before SummerSlam, said Apex. Well, the honest answer is because one of the big ways that WWE makes money is obviously on YouTube. It's obviously through shirt sales. Like, there's lots of ways WWE make money, ticket sales. But the biggest, I think I'm right in saying the biggest, is the fact that the TV channels want Raw and they want SmackDown, so they pay for it exclusively. So the only place that you can see Raw is on USA Network, or it's on TNT Sports here in the UK. So, you know, that's a big part of the reason, because they get a lot of money from the TV channels. If they were to put it live on the WWE Network, the TV channels aren't getting the exclusive rights, so then they won't pay as much money for it, and that means WWE would be getting less money. And as a result of that, you know, they wouldn't be as big as they are, and blah, 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 blah. So it's all to do with money at the end of the day. But I mean, I still think the $9.99 or whatever it is for the network is great value, because you've got 40 odd years of well, beyond that, 50 odd years of shows. There's even a few bits in there from the 60s and 50s, but not much. It's all mainly 80s, 90s, 2000s, 2010s. And so, you know, you can pretty much watch the history of Raw, SmackDown, even some of the other shows, NXT, of course, and ECW's all on there, WCW is on there, all the pay-per-views are obviously on there, so you'll not be stuck for wrestling content. It's something which I think gets massively taken for granted. I was very fortunate, but I was fortunate to grow up without it, so I think I really understand the value of it. Because when I was growing up, the only wrestling that I had access to was what was ever on TV, and you could record it, but like that was it really. You know, if you didn't have a videotape to record it, it was there and it was gone. There was no like DVRs and all this kind of stuff. There was certainly no catch up, right? And outside of that, it's whatever videotapes you could find at like flea markets, car boots, and stuff like that. That was it. If you didn't have the videotape of it, you weren't watching the show. And the videotapes were like, I don't know, £15 brand new, something like that, $14.99. So, you know, this is why there's a lot of people out there with quite hefty WWE DVD collections and video collections, because that was the network before the network. Plenty of shows that I was not able to watch because I never had access to, but man, you just take it for granted now, don't you? It's brilliant now. You can just literally turn it on and just choose whatever it is you want to watch. Edward, shout out to you, said Days, hope you are well. I just renewed 26 months. Edward, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support, but you know that already. And a big thank you to everyone that's a member of the channel or just hangs with us. You know, we're here early for Raw, early for NXT, not as early because we do the Wrestling Escape Pod before. Early for SmackDown. We're here for PLEs. We're here for boxing. We're here for UFC. Like, we do loads. Unseens, Wyatt Sicks videos, breaking news videos, toy hunts. Probably do another one of those soon. Lots going on. Matt said, growing up, I had Wrestling Challenge, love Wrestling Challenge, and Superstars on the weekend, then primetime wrestling before Raw came around. I love Wrestling Challenge. It had such a more relaxed vibe. Do you know what I mean? Like, sometimes it would be Sean Mooney and Lord Alfred Hayes on commentary, and they would just be goofing. And you could just tell that, you know, the action that was on screen was just to plug a gap, really. You know, it wasn't pushing really any further storylines further. It was just to make the superstar look good. Might have been, you know, Razor Ramon against some jobber, and you got Sean Mooney and Lord Alfred Hayes just kind of, you know, doing half a job, really. It was a lot more relaxed. It was very much, we don't really have B shows anymore. I don't think people really understand what a B show is. They say, oh, is Raw the A show or is SmackDown the A? They're both A shows. They're both A shows. They've both got their own storylines. They've both got their own rosters. They've both got massive stars. They are both A shows. Wrestling Challenge, that was a B show at times. Certainly, I don't know if it was always a B show, but certainly when I was watching it, it was a B show. But yeah, some brilliant stuff, man. But there's loads missing as well. I don't know that there's like that much or even any Mania, you know, the show that used to be on a Saturday morning for kids with Todd Pettingale. Not sure there's any of that. And I don't know about Shotgun Saturday Night. I don't know if there's much of that on there. Live Wire, I don't know if there's much of that on there. All American Wrestling. I mean, that was a massive show for WWE or WWF at the time. I don't even know if there's much of that on there. And if you look at all the episodes of Superstars, there's tons missing. And of Wrestling Challenge. There's loads. I don't know why. I don't know why there is so much missing off the network, but there is loads. There's massive gaps missing from the WWE network. So again, I don't know. Someone needs to pull the finger out. I think the problem is that because the network isn't what it was anymore, like now they've just sold it to Peacock, there's not really the same need to just keep putting stuff up, you know? It'll do. There is an unfortunate case now of it'll do, that'll do. And there's not the same hunger to keep putting up all these shows. not that long ago, we used to get original content. Legends House and Camp WWE and Swerved. The Edge and Christian show. We used to get all those things. Don't get any of that anymore. There's no need for any of that because no one's going to subscribe to it that's not already like subscribed because they've got the money from Peacock already, so they don't really give a flip. So frustrating, but also awesome at the same time. Carl and Dawn said, I remember going to a dark show and Mr. T came out. Really? Mr. T at like a house show, live event thing. That must have been around WrestleMania 1, WrestleMania 2. Or around when he went in the Hall of Fame. I can't think when else he was around in WWE. It must have been around 1 or 2. I mean, 1 is in the main event, 2 is in the boxing match with Roddy Piper, and then I can't remember seeing him after that, to be honest. So, yeah, what year was that? You have to let me know what year that was. Do you remember watching wrestling on Saturday afternoons during World of Sport? Dawn? No, I didn't. I've said before, here in the UK, some of the biggest names, if I was to speak to my dad about wrestling, right, he never watches WWE, but he's heard of Hogan, he's heard of Undertaker. You know, there are people that just get into pop culture, right? But honestly, if I was to say, name me 5 wrestlers right now, he would say Big Daddy, Giant Haystacks, Mick McManus, and then maybe he'd say Hulk Hogan, and maybe he'd say Undertaker, right? At a guess, it would be something like that, right? But those first 3 might be names you've not heard of, and that's because they were British wrestlers that used to be on TV each weekend. And honestly, the viewing figures were, I mean, unfathomable. I mean, the viewing figures were like bigger than what WWE get now. Just insane. Because you got to remember, back in the 70s and the 80s, we didn't have satellite or cable, so there was only like 3 or 4 channels. So when you got home, you had 3 or 4 channels to choose from. Everyone that had a TV had 3 or 4 channels to choose from. So if wrestling was on one of those channels on a Saturday, a weekend, everyone used to watch it. Everyone used to watch it. The viewing figures were bonkers. I mean, wrestlers were legitimate household names. Big Daddy was on like TV shows away from wrestling. He had an annual, a book that used to come out every Christmas, the Big Daddy annual. So World of Sport was massive, but I didn't watch it. I never watched a single episode of it. Not one. The first time I ever see wrestling is, I believe, 1992, and it is my cousin showing me WWE on a videotape. I remember it being Survivor Series 92. If I had to put money down as to what was the first show I ever saw, I would say it was Survivor Series 1992, round my Nana Granddad's house, on a videotape that my cousin had recorded. That's the first show I ever see. And I found some footage of Christmas 1992, and I'm getting wrestling stuff for Christmas. Which blew my mind because I didn't realize I'd got into it that hard, that quick. I mean, Survivor Series was like November. Yet by the time we're getting to Christmas, December 25th, I'm getting bought wrestling stuff. So I fell for it quick and hard by the looks of it. I really fell for it straight away when I saw it. Just fell in love with it. So to me, it was like seeing this whole new world. I didn't even know this thing was a thing. It's like, imagine seeing wrestling for the first time, having never seen it before. So, no wrestling for me on a Saturday. No World of Sport for me on a Saturday. Was never on in our house. Never stumbled across it. Just not on my radar. Just not on my radar at all. My knowledge of that whole world is very limited because I just never watched it. But I'm aware of the big players, and I have obviously gone back and seen certain matches, certain clips. There is a great channel called Wrestle Me, who I have watched quite a few of their bits, and they talk a lot about that old style, like the World of Sport stuff. And like they have fun with some of the old clips and everything, talking about Kendo Nakasaki and Mick McManus and all those guys. Johnny Saint. This is where Davey Boy came through. This is where Finlay came through. This is where William Regal came through. This is where Dynamite Kid came through. In fact, British Bulldog Davey Boy Smith was apparently 15 years old when he was wrestling in World of Sport. 15. And there's TV matches of him at that age. He's a kid wrestling at the age of 15 in World of Sport. And I think it was Teddy Hart. It was one of the Hart brothers came over to do some stuff with World of Sport and immediately called up Stu Hart and he's like, listen, I got a couple of kids here that I think we should bring over to Calgary. And that was Dynamite and it was Davey Boy. And so they flew them to Calgary, helped them out, trained them up. And it was, that's how they got in with the Hart family. Obviously, we know British Bulldog would marry Bret's sister. And so, yeah, that's kind of the origin story. So World of Sport, so important to the history of, well, wrestling, really, but certainly in the UK. But what is the end goal for the Wyatt Sicks, said Brony? Well, to be honest, the end goal is not quite that well known because I don't know that it's championships because I feel like their goal is bigger than that. It feels to me like this is about, I don't think it's actually about the end. I think it's about the journey, which sounds a bit strange, but I think this is about continuing Bray's legacy. That's my honest answer. I don't think we're working towards necessarily an end goal, although there could be an end part of the story that Bray had in mind. But the great thing with wrestling is it never really ends. I mean, it always keeps going, you know? And so even if we reach the end of Bray's creative, whatever that was going to be, there's nothing to say that we can't continue beyond that point. And, you know, if these characters, I mean, like someone like Uncle Howdy, for example. Uncle Howdy, I believe, was a Bray creation, yeah? And I think Bray said that Howdy used to visit him in dreams and all that kind of stuff. He said it in an interview with Ryan Satin. But Uncle Howdy is being played by Bo. And Bo is fleshing that character out. He's exploring that character. He's getting the mannerisms and he's getting the presentation down. And he is bringing that character to life. Once we get to the end of whatever Bray's story was going to be or Bray's creative was going to be, I don't think there'd be anyone on the planet that would argue if Bo said he wanted to continue with the Howdy character and he had some great ideas as to where he wanted to go and what he wanted to do. I don't think there'd be anyone that'd be down on that because he's the one that's bringing this character to life. He's the one that is allowing us right now to continue to enjoy Bray's work. Without Bo, I don't know that this continues. Without Bo, I don't know that we get Nightbirds. I don't know that we get any of this. Bo was very clear that he wanted to continue Bray's creative and Bray's legacy. So I think, you know, it's Bo that's bringing this character to life. And I don't think there'd be any complaints if he felt like there was more he could do with that character. At some point, that character becomes Bo's, in my mind. You could argue that it is now. You know, Bray may have created it, but it's Bo that's breathing the life into it. So for me, the end goal doesn't have to be that there's an end goal. It doesn't have to be that it's all going to end in this big war, like Avengers Endgame, and the Wyatt Sicks win, and then they wave to the crowd and they all walk away. Because we could get to something like that, but Bo could go away and decide that he wants to come back because he feels like there's more for Howdy to do. He may feel that Howdy is the right vehicle to get him to a world championship, if that's a dream that he's got. And we all know that Bray would not mind Bo using the Howdy character as a vehicle to get to a world championship if that's what Bo wanted to do. If my brother wanted to use my creative to try and get to a world championship and I wasn't around anymore, fill your boots, mate. Fill your boots. I wish you all the best. So, you know, we know that ain't going to be no drama, no issue. So, I don't know. I feel like there can be some out there that can be really, really protective, like it's Bray or nothing else. And I just don't feel that way. I think this is and has shown to be in very safe hands. I think no one is going to want to do this justice quite like Bo. And I think that he should be allowed the freedom to kind of explore this kind of however he thinks, really. I think he's the one that's in the driving seat now. But clearly, You make sure that you're honoring Bray and respecting Bray and all of that as we continue on this journey. But he has, and he will. He's got it written on his hands. I mean, there's all these little touches, you know, the rocking chair, and I mean, it's in very safe hands. It's very much like WWE is in very safe hands with Triple H, you know. I feel like the Bray creative's in very safe hands with Bo. So I don't know what the end story is going to be. I don't know if they know what the end story is going to be. I mean, I suppose what would be fun to build towards would be like a big end game type situation. I mean, that would be pretty fun. You could also build towards Howdy winning a world title, but that doesn't really feel like it's a focus. That's never been mentioned. Championships were not part of Nightbirds. I feel like we would have to achieve a lot of stuff before we actually get to that. I think there's a lot of other focuses. I think a feud with Randy, maybe beating Randy, maybe retiring Randy would be really fun. How about Howdy retired Randy Orton? That would be fun. So, you know, there's, I think, lots of stuff for us to do. And I think, you know, there's a lot of people for us to help. And actually, we could use this whole creative for that. What if, like, you know, Nikki ends up going off away from the group because she's established herself and she's a much bigger star now and the group has helped her. And then we can turn and try and help the next person. Perhaps Wendy Chu takes her place in like a year's time or something. Maybe, you know, Loomis goes off and goes and does something away from the group because we've built him up. It's in a way a bit like the Judgment Day. I mean, look at where Damien and Rhea are now compared to when they joined the Judgment Day. Much better places. Much bigger stars. Look at Dominic. Oh, my God. Dominic. Look at Dominic, like where he was before he joined Judgment Day to where he is now. Much bigger star. Much more like over and established. You know, people forget not that long ago we were talking about how Dominic was maybe only there because of his dad's and how he should have been in NXT and all that kind of stuff. But as time has gone by, all those conversations have disappeared. So I kind of feel that we can do something similar with Wyatt Sicks and we can help people. That feels like what the group's all about, isn't it? Helping people. Those that were disregarded, pushed to the side, actually getting opportunity. Carl and Dawn said early 80s. I can't quite remember exactly. Yeah, that would make sense. So first WrestleMania is 85, second WrestleMania is 86. So yeah, anything in the build to either of those, I could imagine Mr. T making appearances. So I would think more. I would think more mid-80s, but maybe he was popping in the early 80s, showing his support. A massive star. I mean, it's so hard to communicate to those that weren't around at the time just how big Mr. T was. I mean, he was a massive star. I can't even think of a TV star comparable. I really can't think of a TV star comparable. He was massive. He was known all over the world. And again, you're going back to a time when there just weren't as many channels. So, you know, way more views than what we see today. A massive, massive star. So, yeah, that was a big get for WWE to get him involved. Alex Bliss Gamer, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Says, Tom Collique said on Spoiler Warning tonight that the WWE creative haven't planned anything for the Chad Gable feud for Wyatt Sicks, but they are pitching ideas. Well, let's see. Let's see what we end up with. James said, Days, it's Pat's last Raw tonight for a while. We prayed for this, and it happens. I always have to be very careful on this subject because I have the ability to go off. So I have to tread careful. I mean, all I'm going to say is it's a great day. And, you know, I do think he just got that DLC pack that was so badly received. I don't know if you actually saw on the show, but they were like trashing NXT talent, right? Which I really thought was going to lead to a match because that clip went everywhere with his co-hosts trashing NXT, saying like, oh, people are upset we're in the DLC. What, do you want some boring NXT talent instead? And they were laying into NXT talent, really upset a load of people. Pat was laughing his head off as they were doing it. And I really, really thought it was going to lead to a match. I really did. Because I looked at it and I was like, there's just no way. There's no way you would do that and be serious, because that looks so bad. It looks so bad. And I'm still sat here waiting for this match to be announced. I mean, it doesn't feel like it's going that way anymore. Fast forward a few weeks after this really badly received DLC drops, and he's leaving. He's leaving a few weeks after the DLC. I'm not saying it's connected, but I'm just saying, doesn't it make you even more annoyed now that that DLC thing happened? Isn't that even more frustrating now that we've done DLC for someone that's now going? And I saw as well, I'm sorry, I said I'd go off, I'm sorry. I'm gonna cut it short, but he made a comment, right, where he said, I hope the WWE family know that this is where I'm meant to be, like with you guys in WWE. And he's saying that as he's leaving. He's going back to football. It's his choice to leave. Like, he could stay if he wanted to. Yet he's coming out going, this family is where I should be, and all that. And what are you on about? You're the one that's choosing to go. You're the one that's choosing to leave. Honestly, man. Honestly. And he's done this before as well. He left for football before. He left... Right, so he took someone could have been a commentator. Someone like Vic Joseph could have got called up and could have been a commentator. Someone that's actually going to stay around. But he didn't, right? Instead, we have Pat. Pat, like, comes and goes as he pleases. He left for football before. Do you know why he came back? Because he did such a bad job. There was a poll, right, where the majority of fans said they didn't want him around anymore. There was a poll. I'm not making it up. Look for yourself. There is a poll, right, where they ask, what do you think about how all the announcers are doing? And he got negative response. So he took his ball and went home. He was like, listen, I don't want to be anywhere I'm not wanted. I don't want to bring the product out. And then, lo and behold, not that long later, he comes back to WWE. WWE is second fiddle to him. It is second fiddle, and that is... not me just saying it, he's leaving to go off to football. And, I have no doubt if it fails again, he'll look to come back again. Honestly, I really am. I'd like to think a positive person. I mean, probably not. And I really do enjoy WWE. I love Raw, I love SmackDown. I mean, there's not many wrestlers that I don't have time for. I'll happily talk about anyone. He is, without a shadow of a doubt, the person that irritates me the most. I just can't. I can't. I said I'd go off. I just can't. And that whole DLC thing. Oh. Oof. So anyway, cut a long story short, people are wondering if he's going to get attacked tonight, and then he goes, right? And he can stay gone because he does about as good of a job as an 8-year-old who's high on sugar, right? In fact, if we got an 8-year-old who was high on sugar, he would do a better job, right? Because pretty much anyone in the world can screech, start sentences and then not finish them, right? Talk over the other commentator, come out with bad takes. Like, there's loads of people in the world that can do that. Honestly. I've said my piece. Where is he? Where's James? Look at him. Where are you? You knew what you were doing. You knew that you was going to set me off. You knew. Right. William said, it used to always be Austin's fault. Now it's Daisy's fault. Always, says William Hensey. Now it's always my fault. Yes. I don't know what I'm being blamed for, but it is always my fault. Taruka said, what is this? He comes and goes when he wants. Does he think that he is a draw? Give a real wrestling commentator a chance. Well, let's not go down this road. We've done very well staying away from this conversation. James said, I knew it would set him off. Well, I'm going back to positivity. I'm going back to anything else, so we're going to abandon that conversation. Just know I'm flipping thrilled. Right. Tony said it's just not the same with you and caffeine in the streams. Oh, I do like a bit of caffeine. I do like a little caffeine boost. So, yeah, listen, we got about an hour and 20 minutes to go. And I did drop a unseen earlier. Big thank you to everyone that checked that out. There wasn't like... I felt that it was maybe missing that big, we need to get this out now. It didn't really have that in there, but there was just loads of stuff. Like, there'd been Fanatics Fest, and there'd been loads of stuff that had happened. So the folders were really full. And I couldn't believe how much there was actually in the fun folder. There was loads in the fun folder on this one. So I thought it was still really good, really fun, but that'll be an episode that I think will be a bit lost to time, because dropping it about 3 hours before we start a Raw stream is probably not the best idea in the world, right? Because obviously it's going to get a bit overshadowed and the conversation is going to very much move on. So I did drop that earlier. And then obviously we also did like the whole Wyatt Sicks thing as well. So that was... kind of, I don't know, in the middle of the night last night. So there's been a couple of bits on the channel. I think we'll do another Wyatt Sicks thing after Raw. And of course, we'll do an opinions video, which will drop on the second channel. Talking of rants as well, big thank you to everyone that left their feedback on the Dave Meltzer post. We did a Dave Meltzer video on the second channel. And I've said a few times that one got a bit more heated than I was expecting. There was quite a bit of what seemed like genuine anger in the comments about Dave. I think he really has struck a chord and upset people. And so people were giving their thoughts and reasonings as to why, and kind of going through, like, you know, why, like, they were off with him. I was trying to keep it as positive as possible, because I don't want those to be hit pieces. I always feel like there's a chance the person it's about may watch it. I mean, if someone did a video about what do you think about wrestling days, there's a chance I might watch it. I might not. I've got a very fragile ego, so I might not. But you know, he did respond to one of the comments that was in the post, in the thing. So we know that he saw at least one of the comments that had been provided, and we do talk about that in the video as well. So I think it's one of those, I always like to think, well, I don't want any of them to be, you know, we'll do one on Charlotte, we'll do one on Bayley, we'll do one on, I don't know, maybe Michael Cole. I'd like to do one on Triple H's booking, actually. I think that could be really interesting. But I never want them to get, like, too negative. I want them to be, like, ideally balanced, but it was hard finding the balance on the Dave Meltzer one. So I don't know, if you've not seen it, watch it, see what you think. If you have seen it, then hopefully you enjoyed it. If not, well, we move on. We'll be doing Raw opinions tonight. Carl and Dawn said, bring back Jerry the King. Oh, that would be good. He's maybe a little bit past it now. I mean, obviously he's got like some bad health issues, but yeah, Jerry the King, that was good. I mean, to be honest with you, I really would have, personally, I would have had Michael Cole with Corey Graves, because I always enjoyed them together. I mean, they are their go-to, really, when it comes to PLEs. And I don't know, Corey Graves seems to divide opinion, but I always think he does good. Especially when he's colour commentator. When he's lead commentator, I don't know, I'm still not quite used to it. It's fine, it works, it's not a problem. But I do think he's better as colour, just kind of jumping in with the odd little comments. So, yeah, Corey Graves and Michael Cole I really like. And then on the other one, I just don't get why we haven't called up Vic Joseph. Vic Joseph and Wade Barrett, I just feel they would be great. I think they'd do a brilliant job. I mean, Booker T has grown on me loads. He was so just random and out there. But he's really grown on me a lot down in NXT. But I think Vic Joseph does a fantastic job. So I would have personally gone with Michael Cole, Corey Graves, Vic Joseph, and Wade Barrett. But of course, we've brought in this Joe Tessitore. I don't know how you pronounce his name. Who's like some football commentator. So it looks like we're doing Michael and Wade. And we're doing Joe Tessitore and Corey, which makes sense, because if Joe has any kind of problems with transition into wrestling, Corey's right there, who knows how to do lead, knows how to do color. He's got both sides of his game if needed. He can step in. So it does make sense why we're doing that. But I do feel sorry for Vic Joseph. I do like him. I don't know if he's upset someone, or if something's gone down like that. Kian, hello. Shout out to you. Said, I hope all is well and I hope you're having a good stream. What is the card for tonight's Raw? I can't wait for Rhea to get her hands on Liv. Did you see that Jay's story showed Rhea wearing that blue bracelet? I did, yes. She had a Yeet bracelet on, didn't she? So this is the cards. We have already broken it down, but there's people joining us all the time. So CM Punk delivers a message to Drew. We got Damage Control taking on Shayna, Baszler and Zoey, taking on Alba and Isla. We got New Day and Odyssey Jones taking on Final Testament. We got Randy Orton talking about RKO and Gunther. Sheamus faces Pete Dunne, and Maxine Dupree takes on Ivy Nile. And obviously we're expecting some Wyatt Sicks goodness. So yeah, I'm very interested to see what goes down in that segment. But honestly, I genuinely think it looks like a good show. Ethan said, I like Corey Graves being lead commentator. He does feel like a real voice of WWE. Yeah, I honestly, I don't mind him. I don't mind him as leads. I think I just like the Corey-Michael Cole partnership, and no one's going to be lead over Michael Cole. I think Corey as lead's fine. I would probably just take him as colour if I had a choice. And with this Joe guy coming in, who I believe is being like seasoned to be the next lead commentator, I can see why we're going down the paths we're going down, basically. So yeah, you know, I'm excited to see kind of how it all plays out. I'm excited to see if these new teams gel, how it feels, and yeah, good, all good. Right, Edward said, there's that picture of John Cena I sent you that I put your face in is from the Peacemaker series or the movie Suicide Squads. The person under the mask of Peacemaker looks so small. Yeah, I just didn't recognize who it was. You tell me it's John Cena, I believe you. I just didn't see that it looked like John. Wrestling Andy, hello, shout out to you. Said, who do you stand more, Rhea and Jay or Roman and Jay? That's an interesting question, isn't it? I mean, I feel like the pop's going to be bigger when Roman and Jay get back together. And I feel like that's going to be deeper and it's going to be more satisfying from a comedy point of view, from a more shallow level. It's going to be Rhea and Jay, because certainly if she starts like flirting with him whilst Dominic's in the entranceway or something, like that's going to be really fun. And like I can see a lot of humor coming out of that. So I'm up for both. But if I could only choose one, I'm picking Roman and Jay so that we can get that bloodline reunion. And I think if they do it right and they really tease us and they make us wait and all of that, I think that could be really, really exciting. I think that could be really, really good. I think there is a way that we can like really build up the anticipation. So I'm so excited to see how that story plays out, because obviously Roman's away for a little bit. We know he's back in September. I think, is it September when SmackDown goes to USA Network? Because if that is when it goes to USA, that's going to be a big show. When does it go, actually? Let's have a little look. When does... I'm going to do a search. When does SmackDown move to USA? When does SmackDown move? September 13th. Oh, my God. That snuck up on us, hasn't it? Well, it snuck up on me. September 13th, we leave Fox and we go to USA Network. That ain't far away at all. That's like 4 weeks, if that. Wow, that's going to be a big show, man. USA Network are going to really want to make sure you know that SmackDown is on their channel. I've heard that Roman is back for that show. And they're going to want something that's going to have people talking. So, does he come back with Jimmy? Does he come back with Heyman? Do we get Cena on that show? Like, I don't know what we do. But what I do know is every time a show changes channel on a permanent basis, you go big, so that it makes noise and that people know where to find the show now. Right? Just like when Raw goes to Netflix, that's going to be bonkers. That'll be even bigger. right? Because it's going to a streaming platform, and it's going to a Netflix, a place that's got, I mean, I would imagine a lot of money, more money than USA Network. So that's going to be bigger, but make no mistake about it, September 13th, that's going to be big. Looking forward to that now. So, yeah, didn't realise that was sneaking up on us. Brian said, days after hearing Paul talk at Fanatics on Not Sam, he's got me thinking, is Roman going to send him to recruit Jay and Sammy? I didn't hear the interview. I know it dropped earlier, so I can't massively comment. The only thing I would say is I think that would be a mistake because Roman has got to apologise. He could go and send Paul, but they have to say no and turn him down because it doesn't make any sense whatsoever for that to be enough, because that just looks like Roman of old, doesn't it? Sending his wise man to do his work for him. Babyface Roman has got to go, cap in hand, groveling, really. He's got to go and apologise in person and say that he was wrong and say like lovely things about Jay, about how he believes him, how he's going to help him and how things are going to be different. You can't send the wise man for that. Can't send the wise man for that. I think that'd be a real mistake if they were to do that. So, yeah, I think he's got to show that he's different now. Kian said, do we think Rhea and Damian will bring out Jay as backup to even the odds? I think they should ask Ray to help them deal with the new Judgment Day. What do you think? So, do I think that Rhea and Damian bring out Jay? I think that's definitely a path we can go down, because we have got a lot of people in the Judgment Day. Carlito, JD, Finn, Dominic. So you got 4 people in there. And then over on the other side, you've just got Damian. You know, Rhea can't really help with the guys. So you're going to need to get a few people on that other side if we're going to deal with Judgment Day. Or at least, you know, be able to stand up to the attacks. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Jay gets involved, but there feels like there needs to be a tag team that helps as well. Because you've got, as we said, Carlito, JD, Finn, and Dominic. So that's 4. On the other side, you've got Damian, Jay. You need 2 more. So when you need 2 more, that would say to me it's probably best to go and get a tag team. I mean, Ray, cool, you could do that. And then does he bring Dragon Lee with him or something? I don't know. Ray, I feel like who's with Ray at the moment? He's kind of still LWO. So, I don't know. Like, I don't know where Dragon Lee is. I don't know if he brings Dragon Lee. I don't know if that really makes sense. I don't know. But it feels like a space for a tag team to me there. I mean, you could get Sammy involved, but you could have Ray and Sammy, I suppose. Maybe Jay and Sammy are the tag team. Lots of people thinking that Jay and Sammy are going to get together as a team. I've been asked quite a bit, do you think they'll win the tag titles? So maybe you get Jay, Sammy, Damian, and then, yeah, you go and get Ray. Maybe it's that. Maybe that would be what you could counter the Judgment Day with. And then you got Rhea on that side, Liv on that side, Bish Bash Bosh. Lovely. Lovely, lovely. So, yeah, somewhat along those lines. I could see it carving out that way. That's what she said. Said Raw goes to Netflix on January 6th. Chris said, hallelujah, no more Fox. Ian said, hang on, Roman's away again. Yeah, I believe he's away now until September. He was only back for those couple of weeks. I think that might be why the beatdown was as brutal as what it was. I'm not expecting to see him now till mid-September. I think there's a couple of things that people need to just remember. One is he's got that reduced contract. In the real world, right? The real world, it doesn't matter if Roman is face, heel, good, bad, right? Hot, cold. It doesn't matter. His contract is still his contract. And he's contracted for so many dates a year, right? Doesn't matter if he's a good guy or a bad guy. Though his real contract is still his real contract. So we've just got to be very careful now. Before it didn't matter. He'd go away and not care because he was a heel. But now I think we have to find more creative ways of writing him off TV so that he goes away in a babyface style. So he got beaten down, and that's him away. So that's one thing worth remembering. His contract is his contract. The other thing, he is someone that has leukemia, and that I do think does get forgotten. I mean, I've heard, I was reading actually, that apparently there are times where he gets up and he just really doesn't have much energy. And like some days can be a bit of a struggle for him. I'm not saying that that's all the time, but that is something that he deals with in his personal life. So I can understand it being a case that, you know, that's something that he has to kind of take into account as well. Like, I suppose it's just be happy with what you get in regards to Roman. I think when he was champion, there was frustrations because people wanted the title to be defended more. I mean, we can't, now that he's a babyface, we can't just whitewash the past, right? We can't just pretend the past was different. There was people that was critical of the fact we didn't get him defending that belt more. I mean, we went from like WrestleMania to SummerSlam without him defending the title, and people were rightfully like asking questions of why is he champion if he's never going to defend the belt. And part of it was storyline. I mean, I think at that time he was in a tag match against the Usos, so they did a tag match rather than him defend the title. If that's how WWE want to use one of his dates, well, that's up to them, isn't it, really? They decided they wanted to do that tag match, him and Solo against the Usos, rather than him defend the title, which you can say was the right call or the wrong call or whatever, but that's what they chose to do with one of his dates. I mean, to be honest, if WWE had Roman defend the title every time we saw him, I don't think Roman would necessarily argue. He might be a bit annoyed. But I don't know that he could really argue because, you know, he's got to do what he's contracted to do, really. But it's WWE that ask him to do the things that he does. So it's not really Roman's fault that he didn't defend it as often. It was, you know, WWE's booking, really, mixed in with the fact that he only works so many dates a year. So, yeah, I don't expect to see him now until mid-September. And I think it's good he's not champ anymore. I think that was a frustration for some people. But it's not a problem now because he's not champion. He's not holding up the belt, is he? Cody can defend that belt as and when needed. So, right. Shy Guy said, Days, I remember when I just got in from school and I would look forward to seeing what you had uploaded. The channel has crafted my wrestling childhood. Shy Guy Promotions, that's very kind, my friend. That's very kind. I'm so pleased that content on the channel is entertaining or informative or of use, you know. I know there's lots of channels out there. There's lots of great creators out there. I'm just trying to put my 2 cents in, really. That's it. I'm just trying to provide something useful. And I've said before, like, I think Unseen, kind of, I could tell there was something to it. But when I was in America, it really hit me as to like what its purpose was meant to be, because I was out all day. I would be out going to Walmart's, Targets, like traveling around Orlando, going to toy shops, like doing loads of stuff. And then when I would get back, I'd have some food. I'd get back quite late. And you're like, right, what have I missed out on today? And like, you try and catch up. But, you know, you might get the news and it might be a bit just cold, you know, kind of go to WrestleFeed and you just sort of read the headlines, or you go to Fightful and you read the headlines. And it really dawned on me then, like, there must be a way of getting this news, but also seeing some of the funny memes, some of the funny clips, some of the funny banter, seeing some of the fun stuff that happens online whilst, you know, that's happened during the day. So I think, like, I am in a never-ending battle to get that video down to around the 20-minute mark, and ideally under. Because I appreciate people don't want to get back home and watch a 40-minute Unseen video. So I am really battling to try and get it down to 20 minutes. I think it does mean I have to be even more selective with what actually goes in. But when you see so many people having fun with, like, the fun phone case folder and stuff like that, it's like, I can't cut that. And, like, people love sending me, like, fun clips, and I love those bits. So it's like, you're left with not much that you can cut, to be honest. And then you're like, oh, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. If it ends up being 29 minutes, 30 minutes, 35, whatever, just skip through whatever you don't want to watch. Hence why I put the timestamps, you know. So if you get to a bit like, I don't know, the Meltzer bit in today's, which even as I was recording it, I was like, I don't think this is going to be for everyone. Not everyone really is going to care about this story. But I think enough will care whereby it's worth keeping in. But this is why I just think that those timestamps are so important, because if it's not for you, just skip. So yeah, I do need to do some more toy hunts and stuff like that. And I don't know, I'm really just trying to, I think, get the channels all set up. There's a clips channel that I'm trying to get like clips onto. There's the opinions channel, which we're putting stuff on every day. This channel with the live streams and the unseens, and I'm just trying to spin those plates really. So I think we're in a good place, but always more work to be done. So Shy Guy, shout out to you, my friends. Stephen said, I thought Ipswich played very well today against Liverpool. Raw looks good tonight. Can't wait for Bash in Berlin. It's mine and Kerry's wedding anniversary today. Lost a child, but still love her. Stephen, I'm very sorry to hear that last bit, my friend. Happy wedding anniversary. And I didn't see the Ipswich game, so I can't really comment on that. But, I mean, listen, playing Liverpool is always going to be hard. And I think you've got a good manager there, and I think you've got a decent squad. I don't know if it's quite Premier League quality. It might just be. I think there's a chance that you could just survive. But I do think it'll be quite close for you. But looking at that Liverpool game, I didn't fancy to get anything from it anyway. So, yeah. Happy wedding anniversary. And I hope Ipswich continue to do well. Because I'm sure you know, I've mentioned it many times that I used to live there. And so I always like to see them do well. Connor said, have you heard that CM Punk wants his name as Monday Night Punk from now on every Monday, says Connor. Well, I'd imagine that's like a nickname that he wants, is it? And I'd imagine that's a little dig to Monday Night Rollins. I've got my first thought is that must be a little knock of Seth, because we had Monday Night Rollins, so it seems like now he wants Monday Night Punk as a bit of a counter. So listen, he knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. Paulie, shout out to you, my friends. Days, hope you are doing great. Or should I say Otis Days. Top channel, my opinion. When are you doing meet and greets? I need to get your autograph. That's very kind, my friends. I mean, I used to do them with wrestling shops. So here in the UK, we did a couple, actually. I think I've done about 4 or 5 over the years. Last one I want to say was Money in the Bank 2023, so about 12 months ago I did one in London, and then before that was quite a long time actually, but yeah, I think I've done about 4 or 5 in London. I'm really tempted if we do, I don't know about WrestleMania next year, I don't think so, but I am quite tempted to like see if we could do something with renting a pub in London or something like that. I am quite tempted by that, because I know like to stream live with people around would be a different vibe. We could get people on, like, you know, on the actual channels, chat to other people, and I think it could be really different and entertaining, and a great way of meeting people in person as well, of course. I suppose like it's a bit risky in the sense of this is what we've always done, me sit here with a microphone and just literally read your comments and we just chat. I mean, these are, I keep saying it, this is not the gospel, right? This is just my thoughts. I've watched wrestling for a long time, and I've watched a lot of wrestling, certainly WWE, and I feel like, you know, I've got things that I can say. I think that certainly there's patterns that if you've watched wrestling for a while you can see. I know I'm not alone in that. Many of you see the same patterns. You know, you can kind of tell where stories are going. You can tell that, you know, someone's going to turn or what you think's going to happen. And I think because we've all watched wrestling so much, we know those. I'm just very conscious that there's people that are new to wrestling. There's youngsters. There's people that don't know those patterns yet, or, you know, haven't made those connections yet. And I think they enjoy the channel. And I think as well, like I've lived on my own. I mean, I've spent Christmas Day on my own multiple times. when I was down in Southampton. I was completely on my own for Christmas Day. And I'm not saying that as, oh, woe is me. I wasn't bothered. But, like, I know the value of a community. I know the importance of having someone that you can turn on and kind of interact with, share your thoughts with. I've said before, even if you're not talking to me, there's other people in the chat that can see your comments. And if you, like, you know, address people at the start, hey, blah, 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 how you doing? I'm pretty sure they're going to say hello back, you know? So I kind of feel like we've got a great community. I feel like there's so much that goes on that, yeah, to kind of deviate from that, if you will, and have it be noisy in the background and people jumping in and trying to do, like, chats, but also try and keep an eye on the chat. Like, that's tricky, daunting in a way, because it's completely different from anything I've ever done previous. So yeah, I'd say that is something that's kind of in my mind. Outside of that, I mean, I don't know of Wrestling Shop doing anything. They've not hit me up. I mean, that probably means they're not doing anything this Christmas, which is a real shame, because that's, you know, my go-to, really. Whenever Wrestling Shop are doing a live event, then they're usually hitting me up. I don't think they've done one without me. And I think they're always, like, really pleased with, like, you know, how it all goes. So, I don't know. Kind of no plans, really, at the moment. But it's something that I always love doing. I always love meeting people. I mean, it's so rewarding and just so pleasant. And it's so nice to put faces to names. So, yeah, we'll definitely do something. There will be something, but I can't give you dates and anything at this stage. But, Paulie, I hope you are well, my friends. I hope you are well. Tony said, have you finally got your tickets to All Into Carnonomics? It's an event you might regret missing. I haven't, unfortunately. I'm way more excited for going to Stourbridge on the Saturday than going to Wembley on the Sunday. And in fact, I only found out about 40 minutes ago it was even on a Sunday. So I don't know. I can't see me going, to be honest. But I keep saying the same thing. I mean, this might be my last opportunity to see Brian Danielson. Or Daniel Bryan, I still want to call him that. And I do think the Tony Storm Mariah May build has been fantastic. I keep any time I'm going through Twitter and I see a Tony Storm or Mariah May like promo for this feud, I watch it. So, like, I saw one the other day where Tony Storm was talking about, like, what it was going to be like being in London and how it's going to be her greatest performance and all this kind of stuff. I so enjoy that feud. So, yeah, really looking forward to that. The Mercedes Britt Baker build seems to be very strange. I mean, there seems to be plenty of drama, real drama going on there. I don't know what's happening there, but the build for that seems quite strange. So I don't know about that situation. But I think Danielson, the chance to see Will Ospreay, the chance to see Okada, Tony Storm, Mariah May, I think there's quite a bit as to why you would want to go. So no tickets. I doubt I'll make it, but I'm also not hating on it, to be honest. James said Days Meltzer should keep the history of wrestling because he is good at that, but everything else he needs to keep his gob shut. Yeah, that was something that I think was a bit of a conclusion that we kind of reached that as well. I think in this day and age, you don't have to be first with the news because really there's only going to be one person that's first with the news. And, you know, I think if you want to get into a battle of being first, like, it's a slippery slope, really. It's, you know, you can rush things and not get the full context of stuff and make mistakes. And you know, I kind of think where he's reporting stuff and then it doesn't turn out to be true. I mean, that just doesn't look good for him. That just hurts him. So, I mean, there's no need for all of that. I really respect Dave Meltzer when it comes to his wrestling knowledge. I really do. I would love to go for a beer with Dave Meltzer. I know a lot of people wouldn't. I know a lot of people would be like, no, but man, the opportunity to sit down for a few hours with someone that knows the amount that he knows, you know, I mean, granted, maybe not every fact you're going to get is going to check out, but, you know, you're going to get a lot of stuff. You know, you could just say, talk to me about Florida wrestling, talk to me about, Andre's booking. Talk to me about the biggest stars of the 70s. Talk to me about Japan in the early mid-90s. Talk to me about why New Japan struggled in the end of the 90s, early 2000s. You know, it was massive in the 80s and the early 90s. It seemed to tail away. Talk to me about that. Talk to me about the revival. Talk to me about Mexican wrestling. Talk to me about Antonio Inoki. Talk to me about Frank Gotch, Hackenschmidt, Farmer Burns, you know, Ed Strangler Lewis. Talk to me about the Gold Dust Trio, like, whatever, yeah? And you're going to get information. You're going to be flooded with information. I mean, there must be value in that. There must be a way of monetizing that. There must be a way, well, there is. I mean, there's so many videos that get made about different topics, you know. I mean, Wrestling with the Regret, I saw released a review the other day of like an old SummerSlam, and I think that's something they do on a regular basis, like talk about SummerSlam and review SummerSlam. I mean, that got 100 and some thousand views. So why can Dave Meltzer not do that? Why can Dave Meltzer not sit down and talk about SummerSlam 1990 and, you know, talk about why he scored matches the way he scored them? I feel like it would still be divisive. I'm sure that it would still upset people, but you know, if it's framed as this is just an opinion, this is my opinion, I think his presentation is wrong. I think that the temperature's too high. I think that he doesn't help himself. But I do think there's someone there that's very knowledgeable, and I do think there's someone there that can still be an asset to wrestling, can still be a force for good. We're talking about a 60-something-year-old man. Do you know what I mean? We're talking about someone that's, you know, in about 5 years' time, going to be like 70 years old. I mean, it's very hard for me to hate him. I think that mistakes have been made. I think his reputation's really suffered. I think that I feel sorry for him. I said this in that video. I feel sorry for him. Maybe I shouldn't. But I feel sorry for him because I see how passionate the hate is. Like, there's real anger. There's real hatred. There's real... It's just, I don't know why it's so... I don't know. I don't know why it's so hot. I don't know. It's as if he's killed someone, honestly. It's really like... I don't know. It's crazy. So, I don't know. This is why that video is so interesting. You know, I wanted to know, why did people feel that? What was it that had really upset people? And, yeah, we got some good answers. I said in the video at the end, you know, it was a hot video. I tried to make it, well, balanced, but I mean, you know, I wouldn't want to do a video on Pat, right? Don't worry. But I wouldn't want to do one because that's going to be me ranting for 20 minutes, yeah? And I'm not interested in that. I don't want that. I want it to be something that's at least an enjoyable watch, you know? Me ranting for 20 minutes, I can't imagine isn't going to be enjoyable. So I think, like, the same with Meltzer. I suppose, thinking that there'd be a bit more of a mixed bag than what we got, but there was just a lot of anger. So it was very hard to kind of make that balanced, make it positive, try and put a bit of a positive edge on it. Maybe I didn't need to worry about that. I don't know. That's what was in my head at the time. Was I was really thinking, if he sees this, I hope there's something constructive that can come out of it. Like what James has just said. I love that from James. You know, Meltzer should stick to the history because he's really good at that. But all the other stuff, he needs to stay quiet. Like, I think you're right. I like that because it's constructive. It's like, here, if Dave does watch this, this is what we think. We think you're fantastic at the history side. I mean, even Jim Cornette praises him for the obituaries. When someone's passed away, even Jim Cornette says he's brilliant. You know, he reads those articles and they're really well researched and there's loads of great information in there. And I said in that video, Jim Cornette was a subscriber of The Observer up until AEW started. So, but you know, even Jim Cornette, who hates him now, hates Dave now, even he was okay with him up until 2019. Up until, like, AEW came along. For me, AEW changes everything for Dave. The worst thing to happen to Dave Meltzer is AEW. It's the worst thing. Because the perception now, and it could be right, is that he is in bed with AEW and he is, like, looking after them and basically, you know, throwing WWE under the bus. And To me, I'm not bothered by that. I've said in that video, I just think I look at him for his match scores, not because I take them as gospel, but just out of interest, just to see if it's kind of in line with where I am. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. I do not agree with everything he says when it comes to match scores. I don't think anyone does. But it is interesting to see kind of where he is. It's another perspective, and a perspective from someone that's watched wrestling 50 years, you know? Not just some kid that's got into it a couple of years ago. This is someone that's watched wrestling for 50 odd years, has got his own newsletter, is one of the biggest personalities in the space. So, you know, that's why you would look at it. But it's not gospel. I've never treated it as gospel. I've always just looked at it as like a guide, you know. I think if you want to know, if you're brand new to wrestling, we'll end it on this, yeah? If you are brand new to wrestling and you come into wrestling for the first time, if you really want to know what matches are worth your time, you can use Dave Meltzer's star ratings, because anything that's 4, 4.5, 5 stars, they're going to deliver. They're going to be good for you. You're going to enjoy them. Anything that's like 1 star, 0 stars, 2 stars, probably is worth skipping, to be honest. Probably is worth, and if I think you look at it more in that regard, not as this is gospel, it really is, you know, Shawn Undertaker really is 475. You know, in my mind, that's 5 stars all day long. But I'm not going to get upset over that 1/4 star. I think he's wrong, but I ain't going to get upset about it. But either way, if you're new to wrestling, I would imagine you would check out that match because it got 475, and you would be right to. And you'd be right to check out the 4.5 star matches and the 4.25 matches, and the matches that are 0 stars, 1 stars, 2 stars. Yeah, even I would say, well, don't bother with them. I can't imagine there was anything that was an absolute banger that got scored 2 stars. I don't think it's that far out. I think it can be out by 1/2 star, 3/4 of a star, maybe even a star, right? So sometimes it can be out by that much, but I don't think it's out by 3 stars or anything like that. I don't think it's that bad. So that's kind of my feelings on Dave. I don't think the rating should be taken as gospel. I do agree that he should really think about what he does going forward in regards to the breaking news and the rumor side of things. I think that he needs to be very careful and make it very clear when something is an opinion, and really make sure people know it's an opinion and it's not something he's heard. And I would like for him to dig more into the history of wrestling. Certainly when you see people doing that on YouTube and getting hundreds of thousands of views anyway. But I don't know that he cares about views. I think he enjoys being a business analyst. But, you know, in a world with WrestleNomics, I would say that he's not doing as good a job as them. So either up your game or change your game, maybe, you know. But at his age, mid-60s, or however old, I think he's in his 60s. At his age, can you? I don't know. Have you got the energy at that point to change your game? I don't know. I do think the temperature's too high, though. Carlos said, Meltzer, how did he not give Shawn Taker that perfect score? Shawn, Brett, Kurt, they never had 5 stars. I do agree with him with his New Japan scores. Some of that is the best pure wrestling. That's the other thing as well, is he has said that he prefers New Japan and AEW's wrestling style, so naturally he will score them higher. I suppose that's not a problem, because I just don't look at his scores on those, because if I didn't watch the show anyway, well, what do I care? If I didn't watch AEW, what do I care? I mean, I haven't watched AEW all year, so I haven't looked to see what he scored any of their matches this year. I have looked to see what he thought about, say, WrestleMania or SummerSlam and stuff like that, and then gone, agree with that, don't agree with that, I thought that was better than that, blah, 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 blah. And that's it. I mean, that's how I interact with it. And I think it's a much healthier way, just looking at just WWE. If you only watch WWE, you'll drive yourself insane. And I keep saying this. If you look at his WWE scores and look at his AEW scores, and then you compare the two, if you're not a fan of both products, I think you would drive yourself insane. Because there's definitely matches in AEW that he's scored like 4.5, 5 stars that are just nowhere near that for me. But I'm not bothered by it because I don't even look for those scores anymore. I learned that I'm just so out of sync with what he thinks in regards to that. It's irrelevant for me. I don't agree with it. I suppose it's like having a movie reviewer that you just know you're not in line with. So why use them? Why bother using them? But I do find his WWE scores are sort of there or thereabouts. Like, I think, was it SummerSlam? Like, I looked at him and I was like, I think he's out a bit on this one. I would have had that match above there. They weren't a million miles out. They weren't a million. I think we touched on it actually in Unseen. We went through it and my reaction was that it was a little bit out here or there. But then that's my opinion. There would be people that would have thought it would have been bang on. So, opinions, they make the world go round. So much so that we've given them their own channel, so you can join us over on the Wrestling Days Opinions channel. We'll have a video up later that will be all about Raw. How don't you watch AEW, said Kalik. Quite easily. When it's on, I don't watch it. That is how I do it. So it didn't take any training or anything like that. I was just able to just one day wake up and go, I'm not going to watch that anymore. I did tell people in advance. I made the decision that this year would be the year I would step away. And the fact was that, you know, joking aside, there was just stuff that it just got to the point where for me, I was struggling to find stuff that I was actually enjoying. The stuff that, you know, like I can sit here genuinely and say CM Punk promo, looking forward to that. Randy and Gunther, I think it'll be a good match. Seen it before, enjoyed it. I think this will be better. Because the last one had a screwy finish. I don't think this one will. So I'm looking forward to that. Ivy and Maxine. Match ain't going to bang. Don't get twisted. But the Wyatt Sicks or Nikki might make their presence felt. And I'm looking forward to that. Wyatt Sicks promo on the show tonight. I'm sure we'll get something along those lines. We got one last week. We may be building towards the return of Alexa further down the road. There's just lots. I mean, there's lots of bits tonight that I'm like, yeah, I'm really, you know, Sheamus against Pete Dunne. You know, I'm looking forward to that. But at the end of last year, I would look at the match card for a Dynamite and I would genuinely struggle to find stuff that I was up for or excited for. And, you know, the Dynamite streams were not streams that I was looking forward to. Now, whether they're in a better place now, and I would also say I was clearly not alone because when I stepped away, they were still doing 800 and some thousand. Now they do like 700,000. So clearly there was a number of people that felt the same that also stepped away around the same time. I mean, don't forget when Mercedes came in for Big Business. Do you remember when that number came out when it was like 798 or something? And people were like, what? What? This is the Mercedes Big Business like show. This is the one that's going to relaunch the company. And people, myself included, thought it would do 880, something like that. They'd been around 830, 850. And then the number came out and it was 798. And really from that point, it's just stayed or dropped. I mean, I think this week was 700 and something thousand, was it? 709 or something? I mean, I don't even know where it's at now, but yeah, they may be putting out a better product now. This is not a hit piece on AEW. I'm not interested. But I'm just saying the reasons as to why I stopped watching. And but equally, I do think there's some good stuff they're doing now. I do like the Mariah May, Tony Storm stuff, blah, 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 blah. You heard me earlier. So, yeah, they could be building. They could be in a better state. They could be about to pick up Bobby Lashley, couldn't they? That'd be a good pickup if they did get Bobby. Edward said, have you done a Gunther opinions video? You did tweet out feedback required on a tweet asking you to do it. No, I haven't done it. I will potentially go back and have a look at that coming up this week. So sometimes there's things that happen that jump in that mean that we have to pivot and go in a different direction. Sometimes there's other subjects that come along that feel more immediate, shall we say. I feel like Gunther, how would you book his title reign, whatever, that one just feels like you can do it whenever, really. I mean, actually, you could even do it after Bash in Berlin, because then we would know if he's still got the belt or not, you know. Doing it this side of Bash in Berlin, we could do it, and then he might lose the title at Bash in Berlin. So that one doesn't really feel like it's immediate, like we really do need to do it now. But it's still a good question. It's still a good one to get an opinion on. So, but it's one that I think we can do whenever. So, yeah, there's sometimes other things just come along with it. So, I would say like the feedback request things. 99% of the time we'll do the video on them, but sometimes we don't. There was a feedback request last night actually for the Wyatt Sicks tweet, which I didn't end up doing a video on because obviously that was quite a fast moving situation in regards to the theories. That theory about Ivy Nile that I saw from Metal Mama, as soon as I saw it from her, my reaction was, that's solid, I like it. I'm not 100% on it because I really couldn't see it in the image. When I was responding to her, I couldn't see it, but I was like, I do like it though, because it does fit the whole last chance thing. And then I got sent it again by, I think it was Gabe. And then I got sent it again by James Grant. And then I think I had it again from someone else. And it was like, this theory has clearly been adopted as the theory. This is the one people really like now. So I was like looking at it and I was like, someone sent me a different image from a different angle. And it clicked. I saw it then. As soon as I saw a different angle of it, I could see it in the picture then. It's the one that's in the thumbnail, actually. So then I ended up going back and redoing that and all of that. But by that point, all the theories people had sent in for that feedback request sort of felt out of date, to be perfectly honest. Because then all of a sudden, like, it had moved so quickly. So I don't know, maybe a bit of a lesson learnt there. If we're going to do a feedback request on those, maybe wait about 12 hours or so till we get those initial reactions in. And then we'll see where the land lies, kind of a situation. Ray said, do we think Becky and Seth will return together? Oh, someone told me, actually, that Becky... Becky is said that... Have I got... Where was that? Where was that? About Becky. Someone tagged me in something about Becky. About how she's been reached out to by a lot of companies. She's been reached out to by a lot of companies. Here we go. Spartan. Tom Collarhue. Our community loves Tom Collarhue, don't we? Tom Collarhue says that Becky has had offers from many wrestling companies, and AEW had offered a big package, but it is said that Becky has told people close to her that if she returns to wrestling, WWE is the only company that she plans to wrestle for. So that was Spartan that tagged me in that, apparently from Tom Collier. I really appreciate knowing the original source. I don't know where Tom has heard that from. Obviously, Tom's been in wrestling journalism for quite a long time, worked for a lot of different companies. And he's kind of going off on his own now and building up his own channel. And I know a lot of you like to check out his spoiler warning show, which is definitely worth a watch. I mean, I would say take things with a pinch of salt, right? Because... and nothing to do with Tom, but I'm just saying in general, you know, there's a lot of stuff at the moment that's kind of proving to not be true. There's a lot of stuff at the moment that's like fake news and stuff like that. And I would just say, like, I don't know where like Tom is getting his info from, but there's just a lot of stuff that's just nonsense at the moment. So I would really, really, really not take anything as being gospel at the moment. It just seems as bad as I've ever seen it. Maybe it'll settle a bit down now. I think the kids are kind of going back to school soon. And I'm certainly not blaming the kids, but I don't think they help. Because I think any theory, you know, it doesn't matter where it's come from, can be shared and can grow. Because it just gets spread around, kids like sharing it. They see something that they like the sound of, and it doesn't matter if it's come from a good source or not. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. Like, oh, I really like that. I'm going to share that around. And this is how things... And this summer has been bad for that. And I said the other day, I think X, like, doing a lot more now with their engagement farming. You know, like, apparently now you can get paid by X, which, for the record, I do not, right? Nip that in the bud for that start. I don't get paid by X. I get no money off X whatsoever. I don't have an account where you get paid by X. But apparently you can be paid by X. And so apparently there's a lot of just nonsense being spread around because people want views and clicks. Because apparently the more views and I don't even know how you get paid. It must be like adverts in your feed or something, or in your comments. There must be some ads that go in. Because I don't even know where the money comes from. So I really don't understand that side of things. But apparently that's a big problem at the moment. So it's just a lot of nonsense around right now, which is a nightmare. It is really hard to know what the truth is and what isn't the truth. But that's where, you just go to your sources that you trust. And I must admit, all the Dave Meltzer stuff has really made me kind of question stuff that comes from, say, Wrestling Observer newsletter, Wrestling Observer radio. I've seen a few people saying we won't be using Dave as a source anymore. I mean, it's been a really bad few weeks for him in particular. It's been a really bad time. He's had a real bad time. So, just be careful with all the stuff that's out there. Right, Ian said, I think if you genuinely enjoy a match, it really shouldn't matter what other people score it. That is true. I completely agree. So, do I think Becky and Seth will come back together? Ray, to answer your question, no. Because I think Seth will come back sooner than Becky will, because I don't believe Becky's under any deal at the moment. But I think Seth is. So I think Seth will come back, but I don't think he comes back with Becky. Right, Drew said that's nothing when NXT does more weekly with better quality of wrestling. Days, Beanie is 22. The rest of him is in his 30s. How dare you, Ian? You know I'm 21. You know that. Jamie said, will Jericho eventually have one more match in WWE before the Hall of Fame? I suppose he's running AEW and he's looking like retiring in AEW, question mark. I think that he will go in the Hall of Fame. I could totally see him wanting one more match at WrestleMania, because how could you not? I think he is loyal to AEW, and I don't know. I mean, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because if you're Jericho, you was wrestling at the same time as Triple H, and you even know Triple H really before he got in with the McMahon family. And so it must be a bit weird to have someone that you saw as a co-worker, as a peer, now being like the boss, the guy. I could understand that being a bit awkward, to be honest. I could understand that being something which maybe Jericho and his ego doesn't really like. It's one thing getting, your instructions off Vince, who's been doing that job since the early 80s and, is a boomer. But to go back and now get booked by Triple H, don't know. I don't know if that's the barrier. I think he is very loyal to Tony, and I think he genuinely wants AEW to work. So I think his loyalty to Tony means that he will, I think, see his career out in AEW. But when he's done, I would not be shocked if he did go back to WWE to go in the Hall of Fame. Whether they can convince him, it really would depend on his age and his physical ability. Whether they could convince him to have one more match, a retirement match at WrestleMania. Whether he was physically able to do that. It's so hard to tell. It's going to depend when that happens, isn't it? I mean, look, I think AEW sign a good deal soon. Tony is making noise that the TV deal they're going to sign is going to be good. He is not under or making any noises that the TV deal they're signing is going to be a bad deal. So I think they're going to sign a good deal. And I think that Jericho is going to be looked after. I think that Jericho could even get like a behind the scenes backstage role when he's done wrestling in AEW. Like he's someone that I think Tony will look after. And I just don't know when he leaves AEW. And I certainly don't think AEW is closing down anytime soon. So I don't know when Jericho leaves. I don't know what makes Jericho want to leave. Jericho right now can do what he wants. He's got creative freedom to do whatever he wants. And after that, as I said, I could totally see him getting really any role he wanted in that company. I think he has got Tony Khan's ear. So what would make him want to leave is being paid well. The only thing I can think is that clearly WWE is a bigger platform. And so if you want to boost your kind of profile again. If you want to be in front of a bigger crowds and be at WrestleMania and have the WWE machine behind you, then, you know, you have to go back to WWE. And that's the only thing I can think, really. But he's done all that. He's been there. He's done it. He's got the T-shirt, many T-shirts. I think he goes into the Hall of Fame. Absolutely. Whether that will be at an age where he can actually have one more match, though, I really don't know. Word of Wrestling said AEW was impossible to watch last year. Still a little bit now. Word of Wrestling, I hope you are well. Word of Wrestling said, I wish Jericho did have one more run back in WWE. Tony K said, will you do a predictions video for All In with Tommy on the webpage? We may do, yeah. I reckon there's probably a good chance we'll do that tomorrow. Yeah. I mean, you know, I'm sure you see how hard it can be to get a wrestling conversation. I mean, I'm happy to talk. I'll talk AEW. I'm happy to talk AEW, right? There's not much I can bring to the table, but I can certainly chip in with the odd comment, right? But it's not the easiest to get to wrestling conversation on the Wrestling Escape Pods. I mean, long ago have I stopped worrying about that. I mean, we've got our looking at the Instagram pictures of the week, which I think is good enough. And then, you know, the rest of the time, the conversation goes wherever the conversation goes. So long ago have I stopped trying to wrestle it back to wrestling conversation. So I could see us doing predictions, but you know as well as I do, there's a good chance we'll spend all of 5 minutes on them. And then we'll probably end up doing a DVD unboxing or something, you know. But then eventually we will get to like WWE Instagram pictures. So I could see that being something we'll try and do tomorrow. Little Fuego said apparently the Hardys want to end their career in WWE. Yeah, I'd be down for that. Of course, who wouldn't? I'm not into a big run for them though, in the sense of like this being a long thing, because I do think they're at the end of their career. I do think that they're missing a step. They're not what they were, and of course they're not. You know, of course they're not. I mean, we still remember the Hardys from like 2000 and 2001, and you know, like WrestleMania 17 and all this kind of stuff. So, like Matt Hardy against, was it Rey Mysterio at WrestleMania 19, and you know, we still kind of think of them as that. It was like 24 years ago. I mean, it's their career is just madness, isn't it? The careers that they've had is just a madness. Longevity, I mean, incredible, fantastic. So, legends, absolutely, you know, you could even say headline Hall of Famers, to be honest, for what they've done and contributed to wrestling. You could, I mean, Paul Heyman headlined this year. So the Hardy Boys headlining, I don't think is a big push. I'm not saying I would do that. I'm just saying they could. Definite Hall of Famers, of course they are. And yeah, just a nice little run, really, building up to a WrestleMania match or a SummerSlam match. Something to kind of put a big bow on it. I wouldn't just do one match. I'd give them a little run, of course. But yeah, I'm not after them being around for like 3 years or something like this. I feel like that ship has sailed. When they were in WWE last time, it didn't feel quite the same. But then I feel like that was under Vince's booking as well. You know, Triple H booking them could be quite interesting, couldn't it? So, don't know. Yeah, I'm definitely down for it. Definitely down for it. I'm definitely down for them coming back and us, you know, ending them careers the right way. Jeff as well. I mean, come on. Jeff was beloved. I mean, people like Matt, but they love Jeff. So, yeah, both of those guys going in the Hall of Fame. Easy headliners in my book. Jericho will be in AEW for a long time, said LS Dub. He's a lifer. Can I just get a pure clit collective, says Robbie. That would have been a fun name. Metal Mama, shout out to you, said a lot of people don't realize that the paid X stuff is creators and impressions and nothing extra than what most of us do already, just at X, but you can get paid ads already there. Yeah, I mean, I think that has really changed the X game, to be honest. I think that there's a lot of like retweeting and comments that get made that don't really... I saw Sean Rossap complain about it, right? He was saying that since this came in, he's seeing a lot more people now just doing the bare bones just to get their engagement up because they get paid off that engagement, but they're not adding any extra context or any extra value to stuff. Again, I appreciate this is like throwing stones in a glass house, because people could go to my Twitter account and go, well, you didn't add much extra value to that retweet. You didn't add much extra context to that thing, which is why I'm being crystal clear. I ain't getting paid. So I'm immune to this, right? If I retweet something, it's because I'm a blooming good guy, right? I ain't getting paid for it. So we're talking about people that are retweeting, not adding extra context to stuff, and getting paid for it, right? They're benefiting, financially benefiting from it. So I think that has really massively resulted in a big spike in fake news being shared and just the loosest of theories, you know, stuff that's just absolute nonsense. You just see like being shared around now. And that is not a good thing, to be honest, because everyone is trying to just boost their numbers, boost their engagement, boost their, you know, how much they're getting paid. And is, at the end of the day, that a better thing for you? Like, are you being shown stuff that is quality? Like, I don't think you are. I don't think that is a good thing for X. I really don't. Or it should be that there's more controls in place so that you have to do a bit more work rather than, you know, maybe what we're seeing over there. So, I mean, like Metal Mama, for example, I mean, I don't know how you write the amount of stuff you write. I feel like I have to skim read. I'm getting to the point where I have to ask AI to, like, summarize what you type. I didn't know my phone could scroll that far down. I feel like you set yourself a target of, I'm going to use every word in the alphabet. So, I mean, you want to talk about original content and go in the extra mile. Just try and read one of Metal Mama's tweets. Thing is, like, War and Peace. So, yeah, you know, listen, it might be sounding like we're just having moans and groans and all of that kind of stuff, but there are things that aren't quite right in the wrestling community, in the wrestling world. And I suppose in a way it's always going to be that way. It's nothing massively bad. It's nothing like, you know, horrifically sinister. Wrestling and the wrestling world is in a very, very good place at the moment. Because, you know, our world, WWE, is cooking, doing really, really well. So, I mean, everything's quite rosy, but yeah, not everything's great at the moment. There are a few areas that could do with improving, shall we say. Right, Alex said, I would like to see them maybe have a match on NXT PLE for fun. The Hardys, yeah, I'd be down for that. Jamie says, I heard that Vince and Shane are buying AEW. Is that true? To my knowledge, no. I mean, I think that may have come from the meeting that was had between Tony and Shane. What has been said about that is that they were both there at the same time. They jumped into a meeting room and they just had a chat. It's not believed that that is necessarily leading to anything. In fact, the belief is that it may have been done by Shane to cause a bit of concern in WWE, because I think Shane does want to do something in wrestling, but there doesn't seem to be much of an appetite from WWE to bring him back. I don't know what he wants to do. I'm sure they can find something, but obviously if he wants to book SmackDown or something like this, like, you could understand them going, no, Triple H is like cooking. Triple H is killing it at the moment. Like, we don't really need you for that. But you could be part of a writing team, you know, but then is Shane going to want to do that? It's a bit of a slap in the face, isn't it? To be Vince's son. And I've said before, probably have dreams. You could understand him having dreams of, one day this will be mine, you know, my dad's going to leave this to me. And even if he doesn't, I'll have it anyway. Like when he passes away. And then fast forward and he's out. That's it. He's out. It's not his. And now, like, you could understand him being a bit like, oh, okay, well, what do I do now? Like, I really did quite fancy doing something in wrestling. So, you know, there's I've not heard anything that they're buying AEW, no. I'm sure there are rumors going around that say that, but the belief is more that he may have done it so that WWE get a bit nervous, a bit jittery. Like, they won't want Shane going and working with Tony, because I suppose in a way it's a little bit like the other company getting your title belt, you know? Like, at AEW getting a McMahon, getting Shane McMahon is a bit of a get for them, isn't it? He might not be the McMahon you want, right? Of all the McMahons, he might be the fourth McMahon you would want the most, behind Vince, Linda, and Steph, right? But he's still got the name. He's still a McMahon. It's still going to send shockwaves around the wrestling community, and it's still going to make noise. And in a way, it's a little bit like them getting your world title. So the belief was, would it just send a message to WWE? Could it result in them reaching out to Shane, going, listen, what do you want? How do we stop whatever that is from happening? I don't know where we are with that. I don't know if WWE even care, to be honest. WWE are just killing it at the moment. They might even think to themselves, an AEW with Shane is not greatly different from an AEW without Shane. So, I don't know. It's going to be interesting. I certainly don't believe there's anything in Vince and Shane buying AEW. But, I mean, Vince's popularity is through the floor. So, I mean, you know, Tony jumping in bed with Vince McMahon after everything that's been said. I mean, stranger things have happened. But I think Vince knows the size of the fight if he wanted to take on WWE. And I think Vince also knows it's just not worth it. WWE is the market leader. It is so established. I mean, trying to disrupt that, I think even Vince knows that that's just not a fight worth having, to be honest. The rumor I heard is that he was looking to start something, but it wouldn't be wrestling. That's what I'd heard. That was a little while ago now. But to be honest, I mean, he's got all this lawsuit and everything going on, so I'd imagine he's probably snowed under with that. Stephen, shout out to you. Hope you're well, my friends. Said 5 months and counting. Thank you for the great work. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, everyone that joins us. We are only 13 minutes away from Raw, so we are getting closer. I know we've been chatting away and talking about various different things, but I do love doing this, and I do love kind of joining you guys earlier so that we can get our teeth into a few bits and bobs. I wish I didn't talk as much, and then maybe we could get even more thoughts. But I don't know. It's just a disability that I've got. Sean, shout out to you, my friends. Sean, appreciate it. So, Stephen, Sean, shout out to you guys. Blame Darius says #DaysCon. Is that what we need to line up? DaysCon. That would be the most depressing, uninspirational convention of all time. I'm down for it, actually. I think it would rival the Willy Wonka land that we had in Scotland. I think it would rival that for levels of disappointment. I could create like an AI poster for it that makes it seem like the greatest thing in the world, and then we could go viral. Because I can also get a very disappointed Oompa Loompa as well. We could rival that. I think we would do well. I'm down for that. Matty Boom said, do we think Gable Howdy happens at Bib? Bash in Berlin. I think it probably should. I think it's difficult because this group got put together as a vehicle for helping those that needed help. So they just did not know what to do with Nikki. I don't think they knew what to do with Dexter. Rowan obviously was out, but after everything he's been through and everything that he's contributed with the Wyatt family, he shouldn't be out, should he? He should have like a job for life in WWE. And I know that that's maybe a romantic way of looking at it. I know that life can't always be like that, but I don't know, man. That Wyatt family, they were so inspirational and you think about what it all led to, and you think about the impact that they had and everything. I kind of feel like with, you know, Luke Harper gone and Bray gone, I feel like it's right to rally round Rowan. I feel, and I could be wrong, but every time I see Rowan, he's so emotional. He couldn't talk on that Brody Lee tribute show, and like he had to hold up a sign. Because I think if he was going to get a microphone, they'd have given him a microphone. But instead, he had to hold up a sign to get his message across. And again, after that first match, the Wyatt Sicks match, is constantly patting Gacy on the shoulder like, yes, we did it. You know, we did it. We did it for them, pointing up at the heavens. I mean, the emotion is real. It's so real. To the point where, you know, I do worry a little bit for him in that I think it's clearly been hard, and I think to bring him back is the right thing. It's a lovely thing, and so I think the Wyatt Sicks, it serves such a bigger purpose than just Howdy and getting Bo back. I think it's a much bigger purpose than that, and I think it is helping those that really were struggling. Gacy, I mean, I know people say that he was struggling because Schism broke up, but he hadn't been in WWE all that long, all things considered. He hadn't made it to the main roster. I think he's in it because Bray liked him, to be honest. A lot of people have said he was lost down in NXT, but I would counter that by saying a lot of people are lost in NXT. There's a lot of characters that evolve and check. Look at Brooks Jensen at the moment. He's completely lost. Completely lost, right? You get so many characters, people that come in and try some and it doesn't quite fit, and so they have to evolve it and change it. Look at Wendy Chu. I mean, she was Tian Sha, then she becomes Wendy Chu, then she gets injured, now she's come back and she's like a darker character. So, you know, she hasn't quite found the groove. Maybe she's found it now, but, you know, I feel in NXT there's a lot of people that struggle finding their character, finding the vehicle that's going to really propel them forward. So Gacy, I think, is in it more, really, because of Bray, and Bray liking him and Bray wanting him to be a part of this, more so than he was lost down in NXT. But they'll say it's that to fit the story, right? But I think the others, I think they genuinely were lost on the main roster. Being lost on the main roster is a lot worse than being lost in NXT. So I think that for me, the Wyatt Sicks is that. We spoke earlier about what's the end goal for them. And as I said at the time, I don't think it's so much about the end goal. I think it's about the journey. And I think it's about helping people along the way. And I think that's exactly what we're doing with these people. So when people say, are we going to get Howdy against Chads? My reaction is, yeah, that would be cool. And we could definitely do it. But my other reaction is I don't really feel like that is the major focus for the group. I feel like the major focus, and I said this as we were building to the first match, people were predicting it would be Howdy against Chad at SummerSlam. And I said I don't think it will, because I think the group is about the group, and I think it's about helping those that were pushed to the side. It would be a bit funny to get to SummerSlam and then turn around to Nikki and Dexter and Rowan and go, I've got this. I've got this, guys. I'm going to have the match. You just watch me. Because the whole point is they've been discarded. They've been devalued. They've not been appreciated. So for Uncle Howdy to come along and go, I've got this, kids. You watch Daddy do this, yeah? It doesn't really fit the narrative for me. But we've done that match now. It wasn't at SummerSlam for some reason, but we've done that match now. So could we do it at Bash in Berlin? Could we do Howdy Chad? Sure, we could. We could. But all I'll say is if we don't, I won't massively be shocked. It won't be something I'll be disappointed about. I agree that Howdy is going to have to, you know, wrestle and get in there at some point. But, you know, do we do Ivy versus Nikki instead? Rather than Howdy Chad, do you do Ivy Nikki? I think I'd be more inclined to say, yeah, that's probably the better match to make, actually. Because the whole point of the group is to, you know, give them the spotlight. But Howdy should definitely have matches, and he should definitely get involved. When you actually do that, though, I don't know. When we actually get to that, I don't know. I really don't think this group is about him being world champ and him being the spotlight. I think they all carry, like, you know, the group on their shoulders. He's the leader, if you will. I suppose in a way he's like the father, and he's sending his kids off to go and do the work they need to go and do. That's kind of how I see it. So could we see Howdy Chad at Bash in Berlin? Yes. Do I think we see them at Bash in Berlin? 50-50. I think there's equally as good a chance that we get Nikki against Ivy. I think that feels like... Or Howdy and Nikki against Ivy and Chad. Mixed tag match. Could do that. I wouldn't be down on that. We haven't done like a big one with everyone involved yet, with the girls involved. So we could end up I don't know, that'll be Bash in Berlin, but we could end up doing that as well. So plenty of options on the table. Plenty of options. Maka said, do we think that Xavier and Kofi split up tonight? I don't think so. I feel like they're still going to keep teasing it and teasing it and teasing it. I mean, it's only been a couple of weeks since Odyssey Jones came in. And I think that they, you know, we've seen how Triple H books. He likes to really milk stuff. I mean, how long did it take for Judgment Day to finally break up, you know? I kind of think that we are going to milk this a bit longer. So I don't think it will be tonight, but I think that we will take some steps in that direction. Tony said, how would Ludwig be inserted to the next PLE? Well, at the moment, he is... What is he doing at the moment? Who did he face? Was it Sheamus that he had that match with recently? See, Sheamus is battling Pete Dunne tonight. I mean, to be honest with you, I think he would have to just accompany Gunther at this stage, unless you was going to do Ludwig versus Sheamus, because I'm not aware of him being involved in a different feud. You could have brought back Giovanni, but Giovanni looks like he's coming back on SmackDown, so I don't feel like that's the match that we're going to end up getting. So yeah, I think the truth is probably, unless he goes on a pre-show, I can't see Ludwig getting inserted now unless he interrupts the match tonight. That's interesting. What if Ludwig actually costs Sheamus, and then I don't know, do they do a triple threat? Do you do Sheamus, Ludwig, Pete Dunne? Or do you do Ludwig, Sheamus, and Pete Dunne just kind of steps to the side? To be honest, triple threat probably is what that would be. Again, 50-50. You could do that match, or you just have Ludwig with Gunther, because they're obviously very close. And having Ludwig do the special announcing, and have him like at ringside, maybe even getting involved in the main event. You could use him that way as well. So no doubt he'll be there. No doubt he'll be involved. Not sure that he's in a match, but if he is, I think it'd be a triple threat with Sheamus. Oh, I'm really warm, you know. Trini says, because of her booking before she went off TV, the most interest in Alexa's role in Wyatt Sicks. Also because she was close to Bray, and clearly they love working together, even when the story sucks, says Trini. Trini says, rip her boobs off. Oh. Trini, everything okay, mate? Is that a kink thing, or... Everything all right? How are you? Where are we? 2 minutes to go. Trini, shout out to you. Hope your boobs are okay. Hassan, hello. Couldn't it be like Ivy Nikki is made official today for Raw next week, and then next week Howdy Gable for Bash in Berlin? Could be that. Yep. Could be that. I don't know if you would want to do Nikki on Raw. I don't know if that match... It's tricky, isn't it? Is any Wyatt Sicks match a bit too big for, like, a go-home Raw? It's different with the go-home SmackDown, because it's like you can do pay-per-view, premium live event weekends. I suppose coming out like they did the Wyatt Sicks match, was it the Raw after SummerSlam? So you could do Ivy Nikki for maybe the Raw after Bash in Berlin. I don't know about the go home one though, because that's not really connected to anything, is it? But that they do like to make a big deal of the weekend of a PLE. So, you know, the Raw after a PLE, we might do something. So, yeah, there's lots of options on the table. What do we think of Bronson Reed's little rampage? Love it. Think he does a great job. Think it makes the officials look a bit stupid, because I have no idea why they don't get the person out of the way. The best they've managed to achieve is by dragging the person over to the other side of the ring and then having Bronson splash from the other side, which just looked a little bit silly in my opinion. But well, not silly, I mean, it made Bronson look awesome, but it just made the officials look a bit stupid. But I think it's good. I like it. I think it makes Bronson look like the monster that he is, you know, so I like it. The Uber Arena is being shown. So apparently it is the penultimate Monday Night Raw. We are in Fort Lauderdale in Florida. Looks lovely. Fort Lauderdale in Florida. There is CM Punk. He's got a Generation of Jade shirt on. Look at him. Look at him. There is Alba, Fyre, and Isla Dawn. Again, you know, we're keeping an eye in the background. What's that sign? Big sign, but I couldn't read what it said. Yeah, we're keeping an eye out. We're keeping our eyes peeled. Shayna, Zoey, Sonya. There is Damage Control, apparently internally listed as baby faces now. Damage Control. Terror Twins! Yes! Damian Priest! Rhea Ripley! Big cheer for the Terror Twins. Monday Night Raw, let's go. What we starting with? Punk? Randy! Starting with Randy! Terror Twins sign in the crowds. Let's go. Let him in. Hello, shout out to you. Hope you're well, my friends. Shout out to everyone that's joining us as Randy Orton is making his way out. RKO shirts, obviously. Not sure how long he's had that design for. I don't think it's new, but it's cool. RKO slanted with like a snake. Doing that. 14-time world champion. Pete Dunne looks better in street clothes than a singlet, said Inside Out and Again. Hello, Inside Out and Again. I know it's going to be a good evening when my night starts with Randy Orton, said Shweeby. Oh, loud. Joe Hendry head in the crowd as well. Randy making his way down to the ring. People are saying that Lola Vice is part of the kickoff show or the pre-show. We got Judgment Day new names tonight. No, I think they're still sticking with Judgment Day, so I think they're going to refer to themselves as Street Trash, but I don't believe it to be like officially their new name. Hello, gifted memberships. Phantom 67, shout out to you, sir. Appreciate the support. Randy Orton in the ring. Let's go, man. Let's go. The crowd is buzzing, said Mike. Yeah, so they're showing last week when Gunther said those awful words about how Randy's a screw-up. How his dad's a screw-up. How his granddad's a screw-up. Your grandfather, he was a screw-up. You should have said your mum's a screw-up as well. Has he got kids? Your kids are screw-ups. Your wife, she's a screw-up as well. I think he would have murdered you already had you have said that. Make sure you hit that like button, says Jay. Jay, shout out to you. Yep, Phantom, shout out to you. I've got to go with my local boy tonight. Pete Dunne, says Dale. Let's go, Peter. Nod from the Viper. Good crowds. Nice open, nice reaction. Smile on the face of Randy. Chappie, hello. Hope you're doing well. And you, my friends. Richard Jr. said Zoey Stark and Shayna Baszler will win at Raw tonight. Mark my words. Well, I've put a little heart on it, so your words have literally been marked. Right, let's see what Randy's going to say. Check it out. It's been a minute since I've done this. The old welcome to Monday Night Raw. Who's going to do that for Netflix? Who's going to do... I'm going to ask that as a question online. Wonder who says... next time I make that introduction, I'll be a 15-time world champion. Gunther decided to go and make it personal. Which only gives me that more reason to beat his ass from pillar to post. He spoke about my father. He spoke about my grandfather. He turned his back on me, and this is me that we're talking about. Pat will introduce us to Netflix. Oh, he won't, mate. He won't be around. Here's Gunther. Cena could open Netflix. I'm thinking it might be like Triple H. Might be that. Here he is. Let's see what he's got to say. Let's see what compliments he's got today. Gunther. Loud boos for the Ring General. Show some respect. Loud boos. Ooh. Crazy heats. Crazy heats. So he's coming down. Seems like this crowd were very upset with the screw-up comments. Can't quite make out what they're chanting. Drew, hello. Shout out to you. Metal Mama's booing away. He steps inside. What's he going to say now? He looks great with the belt around his waist, and I love that little jacket he's wearing. This is like fashionista Gunther. I get all my fashion tips from Gunther, the Ring General. The Fashion General. The Fashion General. Look at him. He's like a catalogue model. He's got great shoes. Oh, man. All he said is, what I need you. Boo. Florida rednecks. Can you be a Florida? I don't feel like Florida rednecks a thing, is it? Loud boos, man. It's like Dominic Mysterio's long lost brother. Ugly uncle. I want to know what you're celebrating here. Are you celebrating that I turned my back to you? You suck is the chance. He is being booed as bad as Dominic, said Corey. He was a fashion victim in his early days. He learned, or maybe he was ahead of the curve. Perhaps we'll all be wearing what early Gunther wore next year. This is the only celebrating you're gonna do. Randy is so big. All you've achieved is you've made this very personal. Very, very personal. Do you remember last week he was smiling, he was having fun? Very serious from Gunther, you know. RKO chance. RKO chance. You suck chance. RKO chance. I think there's USA chance. Is there USA chance? USA chance? When's the draft, says, oh, not for a long time. Didn't we have the draft just after WrestleMania, didn't we? So it'll be after WrestleMania 41. Yeah, everyone seems hyped to see another RKO. I came here to let you know it's never going to happen. Okay, he's aware of how dangerous the RKO is. After I'm done with you, I'm going to leave you a blooming mess. But he didn't say blooming. Said a bad word. Gunther has gotten so much better on the mic, said JJ. One-trick pony? Gunther calls Randy a one-trick pony? Let's go. Gunther will win, said Daniel. I agree. Raven says blah, blah. It's going to be 8 hours. Eight hours with a size 15 boot shoved up your ass. Okay, so the championship has been put down on the ground. Oh, Ludwig behind. Ludwig tried to get behind Randy. Randy, big clothesline. Ludwig gets clothesline to the outsides. Kick to the midsection. Clubbing blows by Randy. Gunther driven back to the corner. Chop block by Ludwig. Chop block by Ludwig. Gunther. Oh, what's he going to hit him with? Clothesline. Randy goes down. So Gunther holds up that championship. Standing over Randy Orton. Randy down. Gunther and Ludwig getting the better. That was just, I mean, listen, that was not classic, but it was just good old wrestling. Red hot crowds. Very simple story. Not really much in the way of twists and turns or kill shots or anything like that. It was just red hot babyface, red hot heel, crowd going bananas. Let's go. Gunther's going to retain, says Connor. Do we think Randy will pass Cena's 16 titles? Well, will Cena pass 16 titles? Because Cena could have one more, couldn't he, and get to 17? William said, Days, Triple H and Punk will open Netflix with a romantic embrace, some light fondling, and some heavy panting. Oh my god, I can't wait. I'm so excited. So excited for Netflix. Okay, last week we saw Ludwig and Sheamus. Ludwig's all over this show. That brogue to your skull must have damaged your brain. And then there was Pete Dunne, Peter. So I'm guessing our first match tonight is going to be Peter and Sheamus. We're just seeing last week with Pete beating up Sheamus backstage. One of the best NHL goalies of all time, says Joe. Pete Dunne, was he? Here we go. Jackie is backstage with Sheamus. Has he got an injury? He's holding his arm. Oh, yeah. See the hand. He smashed it with my own shillelagh. Oh my God, no. Oh my God. He said tonight there will be retribution. I hope not. I thought we were done with that group. No one wants to see that group. Okay, here's Sheamus. Tony said news has emerged that Soraya's deal is up soon, but I feel that AEW have devalued their wrestlers a lot after she is invaluable in wrestling. It's funny, actually. I mean, I don't think that there's much clamour for her in WWE. Do you remember when she was GM? There was a lot of hype around her. But that does seem to have settled down to a degree now. Yeah, you're not wrong. But, do you know, it was her birthday the other day, and she is 32. I was honestly shocked at how young she still is. She's 32. I mean, if she was to wrestle now, she could have an easy 10 years of wrestling. If you think about how long ago she retired and the fact she was GM and her... I mean, wasn't she at WrestleMania 31? Which was like 9 years ago. So she would have been at WrestleMania like 23. I mean, she must have hit the main roster in her early 20s. So I was shocked that she was still 32. I just don't know. I don't know what you get out of her. I wonder if Triple H would like to try. I wonder if Triple H has got like an emotional connection there, because she was the first NXT Women's Champion. I mean, she played a big part in the history of NXT, and that was his baby. I wonder if he would reach out to her and find something for her. I would not hate her being a GM, actually. She did do a very good job as a GM. But wrestling-wise or managing-wise, don't know. Have to see what Triple H can cook. Triple H as the cook might be able to come up with something. Society X said Sheamus looks more ginger than ever before. His winding down his in-ring career. I don't know. Do you get more ginger as that happens? Is that the sign? Does he become like radioactive, like when it's time to call it a day? I would love that. Imagine that you start out blonde and then slowly it turns and turns. By the time it's like bright ginger, by the time you're reaching for your sunglasses because it's that bright, it's time to call it a day. I'd love for that to be an indicator. Travis, hello, said, I looked for the video of Alexa saying that MSG. I think WWE scrubbed it as it kind of looked like devil worshipy. She was surrounded with candles in a pentagram chanting the MSG for the Fiend. Alexa being in a pentagram, that was from a part of the builds. I know when that was. That was Burnt Fiend, and that was her bringing the Fiend back. So it was... I think it's still there. I don't think it's been removed from the network, but that is as we are heading to WrestleMania 37. So that is early 2021 on Raw. At a guess, February or March. There will be a segment with Alexa addressing Randy, and she's on her knees, and there's a pentagram drawn on the floor, and she says something like, he's coming back. Something like that, because she's, trying to bring the Fiend back after he got burnt. So that's where you'll find it, buds. Ludwig versus Randy would be good, said Dawn. Wrestle with Andy, said Days. When do we think Trick comes to the main roster? When do you want him? When do you want him, mate? He's ready. He's ready. Love that guy. Love that guy. I'm so excited by him. He's got every box ticked for me. He's got the size. He's got the wrestling ability. He's got the promos. We were talking the other day, actually. I think it was on the NXT stream. We can't really understand why they took the belt off him so soon. I certainly don't think it wasn't working. I just don't know if they didn't want to just go in a different direction. I really don't know. That is one that I can't answer. Because he's red hot. And he's still red hot. And like when his music hits, people go bananas. So, yeah. I'm not in a rush personally because I think that, you know, him spending time with Sean is not a bad thing. And just learning more and improving more. And, you know, he's been in NXT, I think, like 3 years. I think he's there or thereabouts. It's a bit like when you pass your driving test, I think, right? When you pass your I always remember my instructor saying this to me. He said, because obviously everyone gets a bit nervous for their driving test, but he was like, it's not about being the perfect driver. It's about just being good enough where you're safe. Like, you're still going to learn even when you've passed your test, but it's just about you're not going to make any big mistakes. You're going to be safe on the road. Like, your driving will get better, but it's about being at a certain standard. And I feel that's the exact same thing with NXT. It's not about being the complete package. It's not about having all the answers. It's not about being a WrestleMania main eventer when you come up from NXT. I mean, that would be ludicrous to expect that someone could be at that level coming straight out of NXT. But it's about, are you ready for that next step? Are you ready for the main roster? Are you ready to carry on your development, but to go to that stage? And so in regard, I think it's very similar to when you pass your driving test or when you go for your driving test. It's just about being at a certain standard, not the standard. And I think for me, Trick's there. I would have no issue whatsoever with Trick being on Raw or SmackDown. I think you can give him a live mic. You can have him backstage. You can put him in matches. Like, if the creative is there to support him, I think he'd be absolutely fine. So, I don't know when we do the next big call-ups and all of that stuff. I mean, do we wait until after WrestleMania now? I don't think there's any rush. So, I don't know. The Raw after WrestleMania, do we just pencil that in and just go for that? Let's go. Here's Pete Dunne. I love it. Bruiserweight outfit. Making his way down. Obafemi should be called up, said Leslie. Darren said, wow, Ludwig in a main event. That is a crazy run of call-ups. Right, here we go. We are underway with Sheamus versus Pete Dunne. Sheamus versus Pete Dunne. Amethyst said, on Saturday, college football starts with Florida State and GA Tech. Roman played and graduated from GA Tech. Oh, thank you. I actually saw in Unseen the other day, there was a tweet doing the rounds of Roman's very first video game appearance, and I believe it was in NCAA 2005. It was a college football video game. Is the first time Roman Reigns is in a video. Obviously, he wasn't Roman. He was, I think, is it Joe Hawaii? He was in the video game as that. It looked nothing like him. Nothing like him. Right, we've got Pete on the outside of the ring, and here is Sheamus about to go 10 beats to the battering, but no joy. Top rope Inzaguri. Jordan said, I'm trying to make my pay-per-view card with my figures, but I want to do something with AJ, and I want him to defend the championship in a good match. Are there any ideas? The community can help you with that, my friends. Who should AJ face in Figuromania? LS Dub said, I wouldn't be shocked if Ludwig gets a mid-card title sometime during Gunther's reign. I'd be here for Ludwig IC title reign at some point. Right now, we've got Pete on his back with Sheamus trying to power him up using the arm into a power bomb. Oh no, a backbreaker. Thought he was going to go for a single arm power bomb, but he didn't. Boom, into a backbreaker instead. So Pete Dunne on the outside. Sheamus I thought Sheamus was going to deliver like a brogue or something. He just sort of collided into Pete then. Pete went flying into the commentary table. So Sheamus jumping out the ring, going around the outsides. A few marks on Sheamus's body as Pete Dunne gets chucked onto the commentary table. Big uppercut there by Sheamus. Pete Dunne gets back into the ring. Sheamus climbs up. Oh, kick coming in there by Pete. Sheamus goes down. Here we go. Pete's drop kick. Sheamus into the ring steps. So Pete on the edge of the ring. I think it feels like we're about to go to commercial break. I've been feeling that way for like 2-3 minutes. Stomped there by Pete. Now we are, surely. Sheamus down, in pain, boom. Right, Lesnar was a few cuts away from making the Vikings before he went to UFC. What a freak, says K-Dub. Blue Dragon said the females need another title equivalent to a United States belt. John Millard, hello. K-pop lover, hello. Jeremiah said if they brought back the mixed match challenge, they could do Kaiser with Tiffany. That'd be awesome. That would be awesome. I so enjoyed the mixed match challenge. I mean, it is a goofy event. It's very much like the wrestling equivalent of R-Truth. It was just wacky. It was crazy. It was just one of those that you didn't take serious. But if you went into it knowing what it was, you could have a lot of fun, man. There was a lot of good stuff in that. Really, really. It was just the wrestlers having fun. It wasn't serious. It wasn't it wasn't the end of the world or anything like this. Like, I could understand people being a bit off with it. Like, that's not for me. Depends how you feel about like that silly kind of stuff, the R-Truth type stuff. But I so enjoyed it. It was what it was. It had its own space. Let's bring it back. I don't think they will, though. I don't think there's a need for it, but I don't know. Can they not sell it to someone else? Does Amazon want a wrestling show? Does anyone want a wrestling show? X? Oh, you've got speed. Facebook, do you want to have another go? TikTok, do you want a wrestling show? Who wants a wrestling? Rumble? Truth Social, do you want one? Friends Reunited, would you like a wrestling show? We could bring back the mixed match challenge. Oh, that would work on Friends Reunited, wouldn't it? Certainly if we brought the same teams back together again. Yes. That's the greatest idea ever. A wrestling show where we reunite old teams on Friends Reunited. Oh my God, it's the best idea ever. It's the best idea ever. TJF 1983, shout out to you. Twitch, yeah, let's go. Do it on Twitch. James said, I could imagine Punk comes out on Netflix Raw and says, welcome to Raw, Monday Night Raw. I censored myself. Thank you, James. I would have censored it anyway, but I appreciate you going that step further so that I didn't have to. Yeah, he might do. He might do. They apparently aren't going to worry about such things, are they, over on Netflix? Do you think Jey Uso gets drafted to SmackDown after WrestleMania 41? I would hope not, unless Cody gets drafted, because I think if Jay's going to win a world title, it ain't going to be Cody's. I think Jey is world heavyweight championship material. You know, if Damian can get to that title, I think Jey, because of his popularity, he could get to that title. But I do think the WWE championship is, you know, that's Bruno Sammartino, that's Hogan, that's Cena, that's Roman, that's Cody, that's Punk. I don't know that Jay's quite there. I think the way I look at it is you go to the World Heavyweight Championship and we have a look at you and we see how you do. And if we like you, then we could give you another run there or push you over for the WWE. It's a bit of a proving ground, the World Heavyweight Champ. Like Gunther. Gunther has got the belt now, so, you know, show us what you can do. We know what he can do. but show us what you can do. How does Gunther as champion look? How does it feel? How does business do with Gunther as champ? And if it all works, then we can always progress him to the WWE Championship. But I don't know that you want to really put someone straight to that WWE Championship. Obviously, Cody's different. The whole finish the story thing. I mean, Cody's just a monster star. But, yeah, your Damian Priest, your Finn Balor's, your Jey Usos. I think all of those go World Heavyweight Championship first. Whoa, bit of bad language by Sheamus as we've come back to Raw. I didn't call you butch. I called you witch. But not quite that words. Yeah, Michael Cole said, did he call him butch or another word that sounds like it? Boom, Sheamus back on his feet. Down goes Pete Dunne. Mixed match challenge on UFC, says K-pop lover. Let's go. Here we go. We've got big clothesline there by Sheamus. Sheamus in control. Scooping up Peter. He's got him on his shoulder. Boom! Plants him down. Still to come, New Day against Odyssey Jones. Oh, no. New Day and Odyssey Jones taking on Final Testament. Dude, look at that in a yellow Hulkamania shirt. Ah. Here we go. 10 beats of a battering. Oh, Pete, though, grabbing the arm. He's got the fingers. Snaps the fingers. Oh, is he going to do it? Pete Dunne does it? It doesn't look as fierce. It doesn't look as good. I think he only managed 3. I think it was 3 beats of a battering. Title switching hands more frequently. It leads to more suspense, like how it did in the Attitude Era. But the counter argument is, does it also devalue the title? Because everyone just ends up with it at some point, and it's just moving around all the time, so no one can really establish a run with it, you know? I think long title reigns are good. You can obviously argue they're maybe a bit too long at the moment. There probably is a bit of a sweet spot, but to be honest, I think mix it up. I mean, rather than just going short all the time, have some that are short, have some that are long. Anything can happen at any time is the kind of vibe. Maybe we have lost that a little bit because no one expected Cody to lose his most recent title defenses. I think there was a bit here where Sheamus kind of hit Pete in the... No. Looked like he'd hit him in the face by mistake because he was like clubbing these shots down. Oh, here we go. Bro coming up. No! Step up in Zaguri by Pete Dunne. Pete Dunne goes up moonsault. Ah! Got kicked in the air. Oh my God. Shoulder up by Pete. That was sick. That was sick. Oh my God. That was like a moonsault. And as he was up in the air, I just saw the replay. I've got a screen here that just showed the replay. Oh my God, mate. That was brutal. That was brutal. Right now he's got Pete up, but Pete going over, looking for a power bomb. He's going for a power bomb. He goes into the middle. Yes, sit down, power bomb by Pete. 2. Oh, mate, we're cooking. We're cooking. Call up the family members. Let them know there's a meal that's being served. We've got a slight "this is awesome" chants that's kind of breaking through. Banger, said K-Dub. Phantom said, "This is awesome." Right now, Pete is putting Sheamus's hand into the turnbuckle. Oh my God. He's putting his hand in the turnbuckle, through the turnbuckle. Right now, Sheamus is like trapped. Yeah, that's really clever, man. I'm trying to think if I've ever seen that before. Ah, and a kick to the hand. Ah, and he's pulled the turnbuckle off. Oh, broke. Oh my God. 1, 2, 3. Banger, mate. Sheamus wins. Oh, out of anger, he just ripped the turnbuckle off. Yeah, brilliant. Oh my god, brilliant. So much fun. So much fun. Much fun was had by all. Pete Dunne looked fabulous. Fabulous. Oh, darling, you look fabulous tonight. Michael Cole says Pete Dunne looked fabulous. He looked fabulous. He looked tremendous. He sparkled tonight. Oh my god, what is Odyssey Jones wearing and why have they done that to him? What is that? That is not a flattering colour. Yeah, here's Xavier. Kofi. Dressed as turtles. People have tried to drive a wedge before. But honestly, I wish you'd talk to me about Odyssey coming in. Feels like you're trying to replace Big E. No one's getting replaced. Do you remember what it was like when we were trying to get the New Day off the ground? It was hard. But we got through because we had each other. We're family. This is great. Odyssey's in the same boat we were in. Oh, this is good. And it's clearly foreshadowing something horrific. He's back again. We good? Oh! Oh, yeah, man. The big man. Woo! Let's go. Let's go. Right, we've got NXT preview breakdown. Hey, do you know Tavian Heights? Killing it in Japan from NXT. I've been seeing loads of clips of him like training over in Japan and like crowds going crazy. Like he's killing it. Very excited to see what he brings back with him. Please break up the New Day, said Corey. New Day are clowns. Yeah, but that was very heartfelt. Don't you think that was heartfelt? Didn't that touch you emotionally? Like the New Day just having a little moment there? No? Just me? Okay. What if Odyssey is a double agent? What, for the Russians? I am your father. That would be a surprise. Turn is coming, but when, says James? Are going to be turning. Ian. Are they making him Keith Lee? I don't think so. I mean, honestly, that colour is not very flattering at all, but looking at it, I did then wonder, is that actually one of his actual ring gears? Like, have they done that to him, or has he done that to him? I don't know. Either way, I mean, it's eye-catching, it was fun, and it fits kind of his character. But I would like to see him in New Day colours, but, you know, clearly that's part of the story, isn't it? It's all about, is he coming into New Day? Is it going too quick? Why didn't Kofi ask Xavier? Perhaps they do that next week. Perhaps next week, like, he's there in New Day colours and Xavier's like, well, what's going on? You said he wasn't in New Day? Yeah, no, he's not in New Day, but he's, you know, he just wants to fit in and, you know, maybe that's where we're going. Carlin Dawn said, mix match on MySpace. Yes. Yes. And each match can have its own piece of music. Do you remember that with MySpace? You could go on people's profile and music played. Oh my god, I loved that. You could, oh god, that was so addictive. You could change your whole background of your profile. You could have music playing and you could choose what song you wanted when someone came onto your profile. It's brilliant. I don't know why we don't do that now, because maybe it would get annoying, I don't know, but that would be really good for like Spotify and plays, and I'm sure bands would love it. You go onto someone's profile and like a song plays from Spotify, that's an extra play for them when it comes to money and all that. So yeah, I don't know why, like maybe you have to pay $9.99 for that service or something, but I don't know. I'm not here to fix the internet, you know, other people can do that. But mixed match on MySpace, that would definitely bring the people back. That's what they need. Right, is WWE 2K25 worth it, says Yamil. Can anyone help Yamil there? Is 2K25 worth it? I don't have it, so I can't say. Mixed match on Bebo. I don't know what Bebo is. I like it. Is that Justin Bieber's social media, is it? Bebo. I don't know what it is. I don't know what Bebo is. I'm not very good when it comes to like all these... I mean, I could have said Reddit, but I don't really ever go on there. I could have said... Musically. I think that wasn't that TikTok before TikTok. I think it was. I don't know. See, that's the problem when you're a boomer. You try to come out with all this fun stuff, but it's very hard when you're a boomer. Do you know what I mean? I don't know what Bebo is. Those might be his college fraternity themed gears, says Twin Power Arcade and Gaming. They could be. They could be. There's Peyton Manning. There's Spike Lee. There's Rob Gronkowski and Tom Brady. We're seeing Tiffany and Livy Dunn. We're seeing Bailey and Triple H. CM Punk and a baby. Bianca Belair. Jay Uso and his Blue LaFala. Ray Ripley. There's Ray Ripley. Ray Ripley. Lots of fun was had by all at Fanatics Fest. There's LA Knight. He brings out little baby. There's little baby. Rey Mysterio. He brings out Travis Scott. Apparently, this was a massive success for WWE. There was so much praise for how this went down. Seems like it was really, really well received. Okay, so, wow, it was great. You lot said that match was great. Here is Braun. I've got a video package for Braun. Great 73%. Ooh. Yeah, it was. I agree. Braun Breaker video package is what we've got right now. Where's Big Baby, said Spartan Major. That is an excellent question. Dominic Mysterio needs to change his name and get away from the Mysterio family name, says Blue Dragon. And Pikachu, yes, Matt, and Pikachu. Pete Dunne is awesome, said Dawn. Who? Said Scottish Nightmare. CM Punk. He had a baby. He was holding a baby up. That event looks super dope, said Charles. I missed the mixed match challenge, said Suzanne. Suzanne, we all do. Do you know, I'd like the Mae Young Classic to come back as well. I'd like to see that again. I'm not too bothered about the Cruiserweight Classic because what's that going to lead to? Disappointment. But although we did have Ibushi and Zack Sabre Jr. in that. So, I mean, you could have some fun with it in all fairness. But actually, yeah, including like the X Division and like people like Nathan Frazier. Maybe a Cruiserweight Classic could be good if the prize was good. Anyway, I would definitely take a Mae Young Classic where we actually get some of the best women from the industry and put them into, you know, imagine Julia and Stephanie being in that tournament along with, say, Roxanne, and then like we go and get some of the other girls that are out there. I don't know who's out there, really. Don't know who's out there. There's probably some girls, isn't there, that aren't signed to AEW that are good, but I can't name any. Little Mean Kathleen. Who's that one with the hair that's like really weird, like Chai Gananta, whatever her name is? Have you seen her? She's wild. I don't think she's signed to AEW. Delta, yeah, well, they've got, you're right, they've signed Delta, haven't they? I don't know anything about Delta. Cruiserweight Classic could have been special if they did it right. They just didn't really care about it, says James. Days, I'm writing a book. It's called Willie Make It. It's an autobiography currently with heat-related diarrhea. Oh, and it's called Willie Make It. Oh, I like that. I like that. And you gotta keep reading to see if he does. I like that. Okay, right, we've got Ivy and Maxine. Let's go. Let's flipping go. Do you remember last week when she messed her up? Shame she couldn't do the old nuggy. Perhaps she'll do that this week. Let's go, ma'am. So this was that. So does that mean we're going to? You know, I'd forgotten about the whole Wyatt Sicks stuff. I've been sat here, I've been having a lovely time. I forgot about the Wyatt Sicks. Whoa, let's go. Oh. Putting in the work, man. Oh, new American made shirts. They're nice. Is Nikki around? Can we see Nikki anywhere? I gave Maxine a chance. I'm the real deal. I'm the pit bull. He said he's not done with the Wyatt Sicks. We know exactly where we come from. American made! Right, let's go. Let's go, mates. Let's go. Are you proud, America? Hey? I mean, you should be, in all fairness, because they are pretty sick. Creed brothers are awesome. Chad's awesome. Ivy's awesome. You should be very proud. If you're not, you need to start being proud because they're really cool. Okay, Maxine and Ivy coming up after this commercial break. Lovely. What's going on, says Michelle. I've just got a black screen. That's what I've got. Oh, there we go. Right. There you are. Ellis Dub said Pitbull. That's a good name for her. Yeah. Ivy versus Maxine. This is going to be Ric Flair against Steamboat levels. This is Omega Okada. That's what we've got coming up. This, I would imagine that Bryan Danielson's going to be watching this and making notes so that he can learn how to be a better wrestler. I don't think this will go that long, to be honest. And then we will surely get Nikki. If not the Wyatt Sicks, but surely Nikki. It's going to be a 7-star match, says Tehil. I'm ready for these 7 stars, says Aubrey. Super chat. Oh, James, thank you. Have I missed some? Josh says, Daniel Bryan mentions. He was mentioned earlier, wasn't he, during the show? I wouldn't read much into it personally. Only because I think that Michael Cole's pretty carefree. Pretty early. Do you know what I mean? I think, like, we get a lot of mentions of Stardom and stuff like that. I mean, there's lots of New Japan has been mentioned. There's not an agreement there or an arrangement there, but if they feel that they can kind of flesh it out a little bit or provide a little bit of extra context, like, they don't seem to be too worried about mentioning people like that anymore. Under Vince, oof, that would never have happened. It's a different world now. So, Josh, shout out to you. And that's what she said. Said, what are your favourite and least favourite matches? I don't know what you mean. Do you mean, like, stipulations or, like, actual specific matches? I mean, if we're talking stipulations, I'm not a big stipulation person. I think my favourite matches are normally just pretty plain one-on-one matches. So I'm pretty I'm pretty dull. I was going to say boring and dull, and it came out bull. I'm pretty bull. So yeah, I just like pretty much like normal matches. I don't mind a cage match. In my day, that was when things were serious. We did a cage match, you know. I suppose in this day and age, Hell in a Cell has kind of replaced it. So, you know, when it's time that we need a Hell in a Cell, then I don't mind that. There's been some great Hell in a Cells. So I definitely take that over Triple Threat and stuff like that. Specifics, I mean, Shawn Undertaker's always my go-to. I think for spectacle, you'd look at Undertaker Mick Foley. I think for in-ring work, you might look at a Bret Hart match, maybe Bret Owen. But like Kurt matches, Kurt Shawn. I mean, lots of different Kurt matches, lots of Eddie Guerrero matches, lots of Bret matches. I suppose really it's just what you're after. I mean, throughout the history of WWE, there's been so many different styles. I'm just trying to think, what would we class as the best? That's a good question. I'm going to ask you this. What's the best WWE high flyer match? What's the best example of that? Is it something Ray has been in? Is it something Ricochet has been in? What's the best WWE like high flyer match that we've had? If someone was to like, oh, I love Lucha, I love like high flying, what match should I watch? I'd be like Ray versus Eddie in WCW, but what about WWE? What about WWE? It's interesting. Anything Jeff Hardy, says Ian? What about Bron Breakker, Bronson Reed? Oh, I'd be down for that. Mike said Ray, Eddie, Yokozuna, Undertaker. That's it. Imagine someone saying, can you recommend a high flyer match? And you go, 94, Undertaker, Yokozuna, you'll thank me later. Essa Rios was underrated. Sabu and RVD in EC dub. Shane going off the cage. Ricochet. Kota Cedric from Cruiserweight Classic sticks to mind. The one where they were telling him to sign him. Rock Stone Colds. Hardy Boys ladder match. Psychosis and La Parka. I'm right behind you. Daniel, shout out to you. Evan Bourne. Yeah, some good suggestions there. Ricochet and Ospreay. Yeah, but that's not in WWE, is it? It's a great example, but I was thinking more WWE specific. We could probably do a series on that, you know. Probably do like, what's your favorite high flying match? What's your favorite brawling match? What's your favorite cage match? It's a whole series of videos I never even considered. Right, we're going to refocus here because we are underway, Max. Oh my God. Here we go. The lights are going down. Man, this match has only been going for like 30 odd seconds, but the lights are going out. Listen, she's in the ring right now. She's in the ring and smoke is coming in. Ivy Nile in the ring. And smoke is billowing. That surely means the arrival of Nikki. But is the rest of the Wyatt Sicks going to come down? Look, Ivy's in the ring. She's like, no, she can't believe it. We've got the... Ding, ding. Look, she's shaking her head. She's shaking her head. Where's Nikki? Where's Nikki? Boom! Nikki! Yes! Standing behind Ivy. The rest of American Maid have got into the ring. Nikki goes back to the corner. Big cheer. Big cheer. That's because the rest of the Wyatt Sicks are on the edge of the ring. Nikki attacks Ivy. Nikki attacks Ivy. Now we've got the Wyatt Sicks in there with American Maids. The lights are down. It's pretty sick, actually, because you've got, like, all the fireflies out. The lights are kind of, like, flashing. You can't really see it, but they're going for that effect on purpose. So, right now, the lights are coming up. We've got Chad down in the ring. Chad is on his own. The Creeds have been dealt with. He's in there with Rowan. They haven't got their masks on as well. No, Nikki has, though. She rises up. Did she just wave then? There's Howdy! There's Howdy! Boom, Sister Abigail! Yeah, man. Yeah. She did kind of go for a wave, you know, there, Nikki. Right now, we've got Chad down. We got the Wyatt Sicks just behind him. The Wyatt Sicks. We get the little logo on screen as we go backstage with CM Punk. So that is it for that part of it. I mean, it was good. It was cool. Clearly, American Made have got a big, big problem on their hands. Hopefully, we do get more of the Wyatt Sicks, though. It was pretty straightforward stuff, but it looked great. But I want more. I want more. I want another video. Chad sold that so well, said DFT Lewis. Yeah, he said actually recently he wants to sell that move right, and he wants to do it for Bray, and he wants to help Bo, and he knows that he can really sell that move and make it look like $1 million. So looks like he's done it again there. Very good. My life for you, said Jay. Actually, Dira said it was boring. Oh, I liked it. I liked the. I mean, look, it's an attack, so it ain't going to be the, you know, the most mind-blowing thing in the world. But the fact that they kept the lights off, and we had the fireflies, and it was all kind of happening in the dark, and you're trying to see, you know, and there's that bit where, like, Nikki gets back in the ring, and, like, she's, like, really contorted up. She's, like, staring up at Chad, and then Howdy's there. Sister Abigail, great sell. All the fireflies in the background. Look pretty good to me. Look pretty good to me. But I do want a video still. Because, you know, I'm a boomer and I'm never satisfied. But we're doing the same thing each week. Nothing to look forward to. Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I think that, you know, Ivy came into this group last week. That was new. Having Ivy in the ring and having Nikki kind of confront her, I mean, it feels like we're building to Ivy and Nikki. And listen, we've just done that in the first, like, hour of the show. We've still got 2 hours to go. I think we get more than that. I could be wrong, but I think we get more. I think that's just the first little bit of Wyatt Sicks tonight. First little bit. But, yeah, I mean, it's clearly building to another match. I don't know if it's a rematch. I don't know if it's Howdy Chads. I don't know if it's Ivy against Nikki. I don't know if it's Wyatt Sicks against American Made. But even Chad said that he's not done with Wyatt Sicks. So, yeah, I don't know. Do we get a match booked tonight for Bash in Berlin? Rick said, Days, thank you. You got me through some difficult times. Rick, shout out to you, my friend. Really appreciate the kind words. And I'm sorry to hear that you've had a few difficult times. Just know you're not alone in that. Life can be hard, man. It can be really hard. So, shout out to you, bud. I hope life is treating you a bit kinder these days. I don't even know if we should score that match. I mean, it didn't really finish, did it? I mean, did it even really start? I think I'm just going to put not applicable next to Ivy Maxine. I literally, like, settled in. I was like, right, let's turn our attention. So then, boom, lights went out and we were off. So, at least we saw how Nikki's mask is held on, or at least one of them, says Callie. That's true. How do we feel about Bash in Berlin cards? It's quite new, innit? I mean, there's, like, it's quite in its early stages. I think, is there 3 matches that's been announced? I mean, so far, so good. So far, so good. Okay, we've got Bash in Berlin kickoff. That's August 30th. We'll obviously be live for that. That's on Friday before SmackDown. We're always live for the kickoff before SmackDown. We stick around and we do the SmackDown. We'll be live for the Countdown show. We'll be live all throughout Bash in Berlin. Yeah, I think it's all right. I mean, look, it's a B show. Oh, hello. Here's Rhea. Here's Damien. Here's the Terror Twins. The Terror Twins. See what these two are going to say. For the last 2 weeks, the Terror Twins, we've stood our ground. Liv and Dom, your days are numbered. You're going to officially receive your punishment. We've bought you 2 tickets to AEW. Oh my god. They don't deserve that. They've gone too far. They've gone too far. That's how they're going to punish Liv and that's too far. All you've done is you've become the one thing that you truly hate. At Bash in Berlin, the Terror Twins. Oh, sending a message. They're coming for Dom and Liv. Okay, CM Punk's coming out. This is how we're going to be starting the next hour. Right. I thought Rhea had vampire teeth for a second, said JJ. Cult of personality. And he's got a big strap around his neck. Obviously, we're expecting a strap match. I think it's... I don't know if that's official yet, but we're obviously expecting it. Cult of personality. Bring out Drew early, said Kian. Cult of personality. Cult of personality. Da 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 da. Yeah, making their way out. Imagine Punk turned heel and brought Cornette in as the manager. That would be good. I don't know that WWE fans are that off with Cornette, are they? I'd imagine a lot of the younger fans probably don't even know him. I don't know. I don't know how that would go down. I don't know how that would be received. Okay, he's in the ring. Ian said, this community is amazing. Yes, even you, James. Oh, I love that. Even you, James. Oh, very good, Ian. Shout out to you. James, you're getting trolled in Super Chats. And I am here for it. Okay. Congratulations to your Florida Panthers. Well done, Panthers. Well done, Panthers. Let's go Panthers chant. Some of you might not know the Panthers, big team in America. Big beach volleyball team that did really well over the weekend. Go on, Panthers. Ah, he said he's excited to share some news. It better be that AJ Lee's coming back, you cowards. Better not be about if it's about a bracelet, I'm gonna lose it. Honestly. If he's gonna say I got my bracelet back, I'm just gonna lose it. He talks about Fanatics Fest. Someone asked me about the hot streak that WWE are on. Why do you think you're on a hot streak? The answer is easy. No, Vince. Oh, no. It's you. It's you. Why are we on a hot streak? You. It's all of you. So, he's kind of really bigging up the crowd here, CM Punk. Okay. Oof. First person he met said that they had just beaten cancer. So he's talking about his friends that are fighting cancer. Amin said, I hope Roman brings his red Ulafala back. Wow, Solo's got it. There was someone that travelled from Jordan to see CM Punk. God, he's all loved up, isn't he? He's so loved up. I missed you guys for 10 years. I'm here to share with you some news. I think he's had a lovely time at Fanatics Fest, you know. Oh, look at all them bracelets. CM Punk. CM Punk. Anyone that made a bracelet for him, I love you. Because you tried to move us forward. Yeah, look at all them bracelets. You don't need the other one now, do you? Don't need it? You got loads? He said it's like a Taylor Swift thing, but it's Taylor Swift for men. Yeah. It's got loads of bracelets. I don't know what to do with them. Yeah. But don't worry about it. Don't worry about that bracelet. You got loads. I'm sure I saw Larry was on one of them. Okay. We've spoke about love. Now we're going to talk about hate. Where's James Chadwick? James, you're up. He got the victory at SummerSlam. He wants to wash his hands and walk away. Well, at least he's washing his hands. There's a lot of people in this day and age that don't even do that. Not me. You. Taylor Swift for men? Listen, I thought Taylor Swift was already for men. I thought she was already for men. Taylor Swift at Bad Blood. Yeah, confirmed. You're right. Taylor Swift's going to be there. That's where this is leading. Right, here's the news. Here we go. If this isn't Taylor Swift at Bad Blood, I'm rioting. Right, I went ahead. I've made Drew a bracelet. Oh my God, he's made Drew a bracelet though. Saturday. Bash in Berlin. Oh, okay, it's a strap match. So the strap was the bracelet. I thought he was going to dig into his pocket and it was going to say Drew and Scotland and kilt and haggis and he... Crankies. Porridge. Castles. Thistles. Loch Ness. It's a big bracelet. I can take my bracelet back. Punk. I'm going to leave Drew with lasting scars. He'll never forget the name CM Punk. Drew McIntyre making his way down. Let's go, man. Let's go. The bracelet represents a classic territory storyline, says Travis. Yeah. Just like Dusty and Harley Race and Luthez and they all fought over bracelets. I can remember Ed Strangler Lewis in the 1930s getting very upset at someone stealing his bracelet. Here's Drew. I think WWE is teasing Roman versus Solo at Bash in Berlin. I don't know. I feel like that match is maybe too big for Bash in Berlin. You challenged me to a strap match. Have you started drinking? I accept. Have you started drinking? Have you seen me? Oh, but that's next week. I need a receipt after what happened to me last week, says Drew. Oh, let's go. CM Punk's carrying this promo, said Drew. Let's give them a show. Lose the strap. So what's he doing with the strap? Putting it in the corner? No. I'm going to give you the strap. That seems silly, doesn't it? If you give me the bracelet, that seems really silly. I'll give you this big leather strap that you can, like, destroy me with. But I want that little bracelet that's got Larry written on it. You can have the strap if I can have... Do the deal. Jesus. This is an amazing deal. Do it. Get another one made. You could give him the bracelet and go and get another one made. You're a liar. You're a hypocrite. If I try to get in that ring, you'll whip me. And Punk's like, yeah, I will actually. that is, I will do that, yes. Oh, well, that trade didn't come off. I think Punk needs to steal Drew's kilt. Let's go. Steal his earrings, said JJ. It's not gonna be you attached to me. It's gonna be me attached to you. It's actually both. Actually both. So they're gonna be tied together. I haven't seen a strap match in a while, actually. But both participants are tethered together. Oh, hello, here's Liv. Look at her shirt. Look at her shirt. Rhea crying. Oh, mate, where's that shirt from? Do a little Eskimo kiss. Do you know what, Damien? Why? I want to go one-on-one with you tonight. How are we meant to believe these two stand a chance? He's going to get battered by Damien. So he's called out Damian Priest. He's going to get battered, isn't he? The Eskimo kisses have got to stop, said Charles. Mid-Morgan alert. Where's that shirt? That is a fun shirt. I'm giving her props for that shirt. Do they sell that shirt? Cynthia, shout out to you. Said, I miss seeing that handsome face. This one. It's always here. It's always here. Some people say it gets better with age. My mom. Me. That's about it, really. I want to have a look, see if... Cynthia, hello. Hope you're well. I want to have a look, see if that shirt's on from Liv. No. No. Not yet. New arrivals. It's a new Dakota shirt. Damage control shirt and all these. Look at all these. What's all these? Must be new tag teams coming or something. LA Knight. It's just a load of guff these days, isn't there? This is all guff, in my opinion. Who's going to buy these? Does anyone buy them? That's pretty sick, though. That's sick. That's quite nice. I don't even support them. Who are they? But I do like the logo. I remember playing an NHL game when I was young, and I would always be the Colorado Avalanche. Don't know why. I just would. Have they got Raptors? Actually, have they got the Toronto Raptors? No, 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 no. No, 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 no. This sucks. This sucks. Is it on the other page? No. Yeah, oh, there it was. I still wouldn't buy it. But let's go. Clearly the greatest basketball team ever. But no really fun shirt of Rhea crying, unfortunately. Right. I'm used to being hated, but then I would rather be hated for being me than being loved for being a kiss ass. Oh, I'm the other. I'd rather be loved for being a kiss ass. $550 is insane, says Mike. They're releasing them slowly, said Blue Dragon. Dale said, I've tagged you in a Wyatt Sicks clip. It looks like Uncle Howdy's got a bit of a new look. I have got a photo if you want to see it instead of a video. Video games. Let's have a little look, shall we? The hair, though, even girls wish they had hair like Howdy. It's tricky, really. Yeah, I mean, the hair doesn't look like it's like dreads here, does it? I think the mask is the same. The beard is dark, and it has been dark. There's a bit of white round here, which isn't always there. Yeah, I'd say there's a little bit of difference. The mask feels like it's been dirtier before as well. That looks like a cleaner mask. So I agree, there are some differences. I feel like the hair is the biggest difference, because normally that's like dreads. This is like fun time Howdy. This is Friday night Howdy. Do you know what I mean? Getting ready for the weekend, meeting up with the girls. This is Prosecco Howdy. This is Sex in the City Howdy. That's what this is. I like it. I like it. I think he rocks that look very well. Should we have a look, see what's going on in the notifications? Yes. I don't see a difference. They look like the same person. Yes. Seth laughing. Oh, hello. What's this? It looks like a new mask. The forehead is a bit smaller. Well, you can see that's quite dirty on the sides. Like, there's a lot more dirt there. Let's have a look at the size of this forehead. It's a bit dark. There could be something to that. I think because of the angle and the lighting, it's a little tricky to tell. I'll retweet it. Sometimes I do look at these and I'm not 100%. But it's a theory and I can see it. It definitely looks like a different mask, doesn't it? I do agree with that. Like, this looks a lot dirtier. The one we just saw wasn't that dirty. Okay. Okay, I've retweeted that. Yeah, well, that's maybe a better shot, actually. Yeah. He has got his head down kind of at an angle, though. If he was to lift his head up, would that be a bit bigger? Oh, hello. Who's that boomer? Someone in the crowds. That looks like where the conversation's at the moment, then. People saying that the mask... Yeah, that was cool. The mask seems different. I agree. It definitely feels different to this, doesn't it? Definitely feels different to that. Let's go back and have a look at it again. It looks cleaner. I don't really like this one as much, to be honest. Right, here's Carrion. New Day, Final Testament. Needs maybe it's Maybelline Howdy from Mattel. Maybe it's Maybelline. You're right. Do you remember when they used to make dolls for girls? They could make a sick Howdy. Final Testament, making their way down to the ring. They're going to be taking on the New Day. Mophead Howdy, said TJF. Did you catch Xavier saying he's the problem and he's going to fix it? No, I didn't, no. Did he say what? Who's the problem? Do you think Jimmy will return? Yes. And do you think he'll join Roman? I do, Ray. Yes. Imagine Buddy Matthews and Aleister Black returning to help Damian and Rhea. Is it painted on instead of being a worn mask? What, the dirt? I think the dirt's painted on, yes. It seems like the one mask is a bit paler and dirtier. The other one just feels more like the replica one they sell. You know? I don't like it, if I'm going to be honest. I don't like this one as much. I don't know about the forehead comment because of the angle. I'm not sure on that, but it is clearly a different shade and it's not as dirty as what we've seen before. I've retweeted that if you want to have a look at that. Right, Bella's sounded and we are underway. Spartan says Pat is going to be similar to Logan Paul with limited appearances. Hopefully very limited. Howdy took over from Janola because he's worth it. That won't make any sense to our American friends. And I'm fine with that. Right, tag beer mates. We've got Carrion in there. Right, so we've got a match. We haven't had a match, have we? Really, since our opening match. Is this our second match? I mean, we did have Ivy Maxine, but that don't count. I haven't missed a match, have I? We just had that long CM Punk bit, didn't we? So, yeah, this is our second match. Okay, kids, let's cook them. If this is only our second match, let's cook. First match cooked. You lot gave that first match great 73. Alex Bliss Gamer, hello. Alex Bliss Gamer, why is your name 0809? Please respond. What's that in relation to? Jimmy is cleared from injury. We're just waiting, says Amethyst. The one we saw tonight is more comfortable for in-ring use, says Callie. Sometimes it's not about comfort, Callie. I expect the superstars to be in discomfort as long as it looks better. Yeah. It's a bit like girls that have to wear high heels that are not very comfortable, but they do it because they look fabulous. That's just the way the world is sometimes. I don't make the rules. Oh! Kofi gets driven into the corner. Days, I think Jay is going to join Roman too, said Amin. I think you're correct. Alexa Bliss Gamer said it is my birthday. What is your birthday? The 8th of September. The 8th of September, that's your birthday. Please respond. Shane said, is it to build up for Bash in Berlin? It's to build up for Bash in Berlin. Which bit? What bit? The new mask or what bit? Tony said, the doctor suggested no hearing, but would be exempt for the halftime song now. 6 minutes early. What kind of ship do you think we run here? Do you want us to be the laughing stock of the wrestling community? Playing a halftime song when we're still 6 minutes away from the halftime point? Come on, mate. Come on. I don't know what ship you're running, but I run a much tighter ship than that. Now, even Fyre Cable's asking for halftime scores, but come on, kids. We're a professional outfit. We can't go playing halftime songs like when we're not even at the halfway point. No, it's the 9th of August, says Lex Bliss Gamer. Oh, you do it the wrong way round. Got you. Thank you. Tonight's Raw is just a build-up, so we'll see promos and brawls, says Shane. I thought you said shiz for a second, said James. No. No, because I'd have to apologise to all the angels. Never early, always late, says Callum. Yep. Marty is putting his score in anyway. God bless you, Marty. God bless you. Marty is having none of this nonsense. None of this nonsense. Scores in. Done. Do you remember when Carrion returned and it looked like it was going to be him and Roman? Lol. That's not gone well at all, has it, in all fairness? TJF said it's a tight ship here. Always 6 minutes late. Yep. Got to keep them waiting, ain't you? Do you know what I mean? Good things come to those that wait. Oh my God. Oh, what, do you lot go to parties early? Sorry, kids. It's all about rocking up just as they're playing the last song. That's how I operate. Days Big E against Eli Drake in the main event. Thingy wants to face Big E, didn't he? Did you see that? That Drew said he wanted to face Big E and it all got a little bit emosh. That was at Fanatics Fest. Shane said, should see Big E return sooner or later as he is apparently cleared to wrestle. Really? Cleared to... Is he? Where did you hear that? Who said that? I want names. I want names. I want addresses. He's cleared. Where did you hear that? I'm glad you didn't say shiz. My virgin ears, says Carl and Dawn. I wouldn't do that. You know me. You know me. Can't stand it. Can't stand bad language. Shane says, I've heard a few rumours somewhere. Oh, well, that doesn't sound sketchy, does it? I mean, I've heard a few rumours, so I don't know where, but I've heard a few rumours. I mean, I know a few people that know a few people. I have not heard that, to be honest, but if he is going to come back in it, then that'll be a pleasant surprise, wouldn't it? We could do, we could probably do some fun stuff if he did come back. K-pop lover says this is tight shiz. James says testicles. George says Days, I can't stand bad language. Also, Days has a perv fold. That perv's all right. That's not bad language. I'm sorry if appreciating the human form is overstepping the mark. Yeah? I'm sorry if appreciating some phone cases is taking things a little bit too far. Thank you very much. We are back, by the way, from commercial break. Jim said Big E is hopeful for a timeline to be cleared. Spartan said the day Days swears will be the last day you'll ever see him on YouTube. The channel will get shut down. Whoa, look at Xavier. Odyssey Jones was tagged in and Xavier's like... Wow. What's going on, man? What's going on? Big kicks coming in by the AOP. Oh, guys, we got drama. We've got drama. Ah, look at the big man. Look at the double clothesline. Let's go, Odyssey Jones. Let's go. Yeah, did you see Xavier Woods? Oh, headbutt. Headbutt by Odyssey Jones, and Carrion makes the save. Oh, we got some drama. Where is Xavier, by the way? He's not. I can't see him on the edge of the ring. Where did he go? Did he get clipped? Oh, he's down on the outside with Kofi. Kofi comes in. Xavier's on the outside. He jumps up. He's going to climb up. Kofi gets thrown. Oh, big elbow drop by Xavier. Uranagi. Boom. Planted. AOP in control. Here's the big man, Odyssey. Come on, Odyssey. Oh, yes. Yes. Oh, yeah. Two. Yeah, Odyssey Jones gets the pin, gets the win. He's a one-man New Day. Look at Paul Ellering. Furious. Yes. Congratulate him, Xavier. Congratulate him. He got the win. Odyssey Jones getting the victory. Xavier is not happy, man. He is not happy. We need to kick him out. We need to kick him out. He's a bad egg, Xavier. Bad egg. He's ruining the omelette. We've got a lovely omelette, but we've just got one bad egg in there. Look at that. Odyssey Jones is several omelettes. Odyssey. So look at him. He's like, yeah. Cheer up. Jeez, mate, come on. Okay. There's Damien. There's Rhea. I believe in you. But we know how slimy they are. Oh, I bet they're very slimy, actually. I bet Liv and Dom are very... That might be the perfect word for the two of them, actually, thinking about it. I bet they're very slimy. Rhea. I'd walk through a minefield arm in arm with you. Oh, that's lovely, isn't it? See you later. See you later. Ooh, they've gone their separate ways. That might not be good. They should stay together. Xavier should be dressed as Raphael, said Matt. He should be dressed as Shredder. He's a wrong'un. He should be dressed as Quang. Right, we've got the video package for AFA. Juan said, I'm sorry, but I'm with Woodsy on this one. Oh, you're on the wrong side of history, are you? Woods needs to turn on Kofi and... Why does he need to turn on them? Huh? Why? Eh? They're trying to help out Odyssey Jones, who can't even get on TV. Trying to bring him in, show him the ropes, give him a boost. And what Xavier's all like, oh, we're replacing Big E. Yeah, we're replacing Big E. It's exactly what we're doing. Deal with it. Deal with it, Xavier. You crybaby. You want to go? You want to pick his sides, eh? You want to pick his sides? If I was Odyssey Jones, he'd be going up, up, down, down. Yeah. No, one shout out to you, if that's how you feel. Fair play. Right, we have got the AFA video package, which we saw on Friday, of course. The Wild Samoan Training School. I was so surprised JC Jane came out and was like talking about how much he'd done for her and how much they'd done for her, and like Batista obviously talking at the moment, like the amount of people that have come through that school, the amount of people they must have helped. Amazing. Big E is still on the intro song, said Corey. Good. That makes it even sweeter. Juan said Odyssey isn't Big E. No, he's better. Odyssey is more of a left, right, left, right. Very good. Very good. Days, halftime. We can't do halftime when the show's on, can we? Oh my God. What is up with you lot? Lost your minds? You want to do it before the halfway point, and then you want to do it whilst the show's on. Standards around here have really slipped. They've really slipped. So, video package for Alpha and Hawaii. Now we're at commercial break. There we go. Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this. I look so young there. I was just looking and I look fatter now. I look fatter and greyer. I look fatter and greyer and more weathered. Life's been hard, hasn't it, over these past few years, clearly. I don't even know when I recorded that, but I was in a better place. I wasn't as fat as I am now. King Yeti said 7. Dr. Lucha, La said 7. Dave, shout out to you. I hope you're well. Says 6. Amethyst Pieces said 6, but it would be 10 if Roman was there. Metal Mama with a 7. Mitchell said 6.5 range in all seriousness. What about you? I don't know that it's been that bad. I've been very entertained. I mean, I can't believe how quickly it's all gone by. So, yeah, no, it's been all right. Been all right. I ain't down really on this show. It's been all right. I'd probably be 6, 7, 5, 7. I'm probably not too far away. I ain't getting too carried away. So, yeah, probably around that ballpark. Average Nick is higher, though, with an 8. We got Chastity Plum with a 7. Pillskin, hello. Let him in with a 7. Matt said, this song sucks. Cynthia said, Days don't feel bad. Well, you know, felt better. WWE biggest fan. WWE biggest fan, hello. The biggest fan. WWE's biggest fan. You won't find a bigger fan. The biggest fan. Biggest. 6. Phantom 67 said 6.3. Ghost God 123 says 5. Cullen says 7. Shane said 6.9. Marco Prime said 6. Alex Bliss Gamer said 7 because no Wyatt Sicks video yet. Chappie said 7.5. Callie says 8.5. Mr. Quake says the word legacy and I don't know why. We've got Tony K with a 10 out of 10. Spartan said 5 days. You should get that recorded, by the way. Thank you, Spartan. Thank you. I hope that room is soundproof, says JJ. So do I. Mr. Quake said 7.5. Kieran said 7.5. Nathan says 8.5. Stone says 7. Navaldo says 7. Tayton says, Stays, don't worry. You look amazing. Thank you. Makes it seem like I was fishing for a compliment now. I wasn't. I'm just fat. Right. Are you happy now? Eh? Are we doing the halftime score song? Are we doing the halftime score? There you go. Robbie Lawler. Robbie Lawler. The son of Jerry the King. Oh, Trinidad flag guy. Yes. We might have had Robbie Lawler, but did you see Trinidad flag guy? Straight up. As soon as he saw that camera was on, Trinidad flag guy was alive to it. Stand up. He says stand up, and he does. Here's Big Bronson Reed. Big Bronson Reed making his way down to the ring. Oh, hang on. Did we? We didn't score that last match, did we? Oh, my God. Oh, this is a sham. See what halftime scores does. Just messes everything up. There's people saying they hate the song. There's people saying I'm fat. I mean, I'm saying I'm fat. And we didn't even get the poll up for the last match. This was Final Testament against New Day. Don't know who's he facing. Big Bronson Reed. I don't know who he's taking on. Don't know who he's facing. Here comes Tubby. Why won't you just leave me alone now? I know I've put a bit on. Oh, the Miz. Oh, I feel sorry for the Miz. Every instinct I have says suspend Bronson Reed. You asked for this match. Tell me you really want it. No? No, suspend him. But Bronson took out R-Truth. I don't have a lot of friends. I fight for the ones I do have. I don't know if I want to do this. I have to do this. He's a dead man. He is a dead man. If that was me, I would already be in catering. Eating more because I'm fat. Dave Seth is being squashed by Bronson Reed. Yeah, well, he was. Miz is about to. 21 total championships in WWE from the Miz. That's amazing. Here we go. These two going at it. Let's end this. Let's end this poll because otherwise things going to get super confusing. 69. Good. 98%. Okay, he's managed to get a chair. No DQ is this. No DQ, apparently. He's got a chair in his wallet. Oh, big Bronson Reeds. Big chop. And then he charges at Miz. Miz moves out the way. Big Bronson goes into the ring post. Chair gets thrown into the ring. Is looking underneath the ring. Grabs another chair. Is this going to be a squash? Well, it's going a little bit. Oh, kendo sticks. Oh, my God. Toys. Trash can. Kendos. Chairs. All being chucked into the ring. I don't know where Big Bronson's gone. Miz looking around as the crowd are cheering away. Table. Yeah. Table. That's what the fans wanted. Miz knew as well. He milked it. He milked it. So the table is in the ring. So's the trash can. So's the chairs. So's the kendos. Boom! Kendo shot! Ah! But it's not doing anything to Bronson. Bronson snaps the kendo stick in. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. So now Miz is in a ring with Bronson Reed and all of these weapons. Oh, my God. Bronson picks up, slams Miz into the trash can. Oh, my God. I am the table, said Maggie. Boom. And he smashes Miz with that trash can. Pray for the Miz, said Jaxo. Pray for the Miz. Actually, I want to be entertained, so I'm kind of hoping this is going to be brutal. Mess him up, Bronson! Right now, he's sat on a chair, and he's got his foot on the head of the Miz. As we go to commercial break. Oh, no, the dreaded local medical facility, says James. Days, you're looking slim compared to King Kong Days. Wow, that's true. That was a very bad weekend, in all fairness. I mean, it did just drop off me. Well, I say drop off. There's still a bit that stuck around. William said, Cynthia, you are still sexy and you have got gorgeous eyes. Oh, that's lovely. This is like dating, isn't it, in the community? Cynthia, William just hit on you. I hope that's okay. Don't respond. It's not good to encourage him. Macarai said, Damien versus Dom tonight. Rhea and Damien get beat down. Jay and Sammy make the save, ? Charles said, send your prayers now. Cynthia says, LMAO. Thank you, William. Oh, that's nice. Could have said something nice back, but, you know, whatever. Days, when is Jacob Fatu turning on Solo? When is Jacob Fatu turning on Solo? I wouldn't think for a long time. Long time. I would imagine that'll be something that they do right at the very end. I know there was quite a bit made out of how Jacob looked at the Ulafala, but I wasn't convinced there was anything in that, to be honest. Mainly because we've got to build this group up. They've got to be built up. You know, this group needs to be a real challenge for the bloodline. And the word on the street is that Roman Solo will be at WrestleMania. I mean, I can't see Jacob leaving Solo before WrestleMania. So, I don't know. I think there was a lot of chatter about nothing. Miz looks like my brother, says Callie. I think Days likes all the heels, says Raven. Do I? I'm trying to think, do I like all the heels? No, I like New Day. I like Odyssey Jones. No, I wasn't cheering Final Testament. CM Punk over Drew. Nah. But sometimes I'm like, oh, I could do with a little violence now. Do you ever get like that? I get like that. Little bit of I could do with a bit of violence now. Yeah, I'm a bit dry at the moment. I could do with some violence. I do get like that sometimes, and I'm just feeling that right now, so hopefully we get something quite brutal. Jacob Fatu is a good enforcer. When Solo was an enforcer, he was lame. He didn't do anything fierce, says Blue Dragon. The Miz came into quiet on the set last week, and he didn't this week, says WWE biggest fan. WWE biggest fan, thank you. Days loves S&M. Isn't that the live Metallica album? Because you're absolutely right. It's amazing. If you've never heard it, check it out. Google it. Just Google S&M. Banger. Days up for old ultra violence always. Always. Right. Here we go. Back from commercial break. We've got a chair in the corner. We've got a table in the other corner. Dr. Luchalala says, don't Google it. No, it's a banging album. Definitely do. Definitely do. Put the word extreme in front of it as well. Right, here we go. Boom! DDT by The Miz. Big Bronson Reed gets planted. Face first onto a steel chair. Boom, look at that. That's nice. They're giving The Miz a little bit of summit here. Just a little summit. Days, William sent that for Cynthia for you. William sent that for Cynthia for you. I don't even understand what that means. Here we go. Kendo stick shots by The Miz. Miz in control at the moment. Here we go, charging over. Boom! Lands a kendo stick into the throat of Big Bronson. Goes up, crossbody gets caught. This ain't gonna go well. It's gone all right, actually. Oh, big boot by The Miz. Charges over. Big Bronson over by the table. Whoa. Miz back in the corner. Clothesline. Corey, shout out to you. Said, Days, you legit made me lol. I do love that album. It's a great album, mate. Underrated. I think they did a second one, you know. Skull crushing. Oh, joy. Up on the shoulders. Big Bronson. Miz goes through the table. Here we go. Violence fans, here we go. He's going up top. Tsunami! Bah! 1, 2, 3. Do it again! Do it again! Big Bronson Reed wins! Let's go, man! Do it again! Do it again! Do it to Maurice! Is she even there? I don't know. What's the kid called? Do it to Rue! Do it again! Yay! Look at that! He's going up again! Who's coming out? Who's coming out? Is that Braun? Is that Braun? It's Braun! It's Braun! Oh, mate! Look at this! Meat! Meat! Bronson, Reed, and Braun. Oh, we asked the question earlier, where's Braun gone? Oh, look at Bronson. He's like, yeah. Yeah, that is good. That is good. Bronson and Braun? Oh, that's good, isn't it? Yeah, we asked the question, where is Braun? Got our answer. They were just waiting. They were waiting for Bronson to really become that runaway train. Right, here is Ludwig and Sheamus. Oh, guys, we've got to get match scores. What's your match score? Mate. Right, we got Ludwig. Can you excuse us, Jackie? So we got Ludwig and Sheamus. Don't you worry. When I'm done with Randy, I'll come right back to you. Once and for all. Blondie. We're 1-1 at the moment. He said he's going to have a pint of the black stuff round the corner watching Ludwig take an RKO. Okay, there is Dom. And there's Liv. So it looks like Damien and Dirty Dom coming up next. Damien and Dirty Dom. Let's go, man. Let's go. Cancel Mrs. Funeral. Yeah. That was good, though. It was good. I was quite happy with that. Some people might have been disappointed that Braun didn't come back and go, like, do something with the Wyatt Sicks, but Bronson's been a runaway train, and he's looked so good and impressive and big and strong, so smashing him in there with Braun, that is meat. That is real meat. Tony said, throwback to the Marina Shafir promo. You don't know. You don't know me. You know me. I love that promo. Yes, you do. You know me. Ah, brilliant. The greatest AEW moment ever. Dave in real life, hello. We signed a new toilet cleaner. Liverpool. Have Liverpool signed someone? I've not seen that news. Oh. Got you. I'm with you now. I thought you'd signed a player you wasn't happy with, and so you were saying they were a toilet cleaner. I want to ask, did you watch Deadpool and Wolverine movie? No. Now ask me if I've ever seen any Deadpool movie, because the answer would also be no. I don't watch stupid fake things, yeah? I'm not interested in stupid nonsense fake stuff. I just watch pro wrestling. I ain't interested. I just watch pro wrestling and documentaries. That's it. That is it. Really dry documentaries about how icebergs are melting. Stuff like that. Not fake rubbish like Deadpool and Wolverine. But maybe I am a bad influence, says William. Maybe. Days, Cynthia said that you're sexy and that you've got great eyes. I'd say she's the one with great eyes. Peelskin said documentary on paint drying, my favourite. I watched a 20 episode series all about that. It's my fave. Paulie said, Days, when are you going to put on a Ray mask and do the post-cast naked? We can only see the top half, so don't panic. Dude, Cynthia wouldn't cope with that. You've got to think about the rest of the community. That'd be too much for her to take. Yeah. The Jimmy J, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Dave said Liverpool don't need transfers. We have tattoos. Ah, very good. Very good. Well, you got 3 points as well. And yeah, doing well. Ian, shout out to you. Cynthia, Phantom 67, William, Corey, the Jimmy J. Shout out to everyone that's joining us as we are approaching the final hour. King Kong Daisy is the only man that could stop Bronson. That's true. I'm not that man anymore, though. Right, Cynthia wants Daisy's OnlyFans. Imagine that. Imagine if I had an OnlyFans. I would do one of those where you don't see the head, you just see the body, and then I'd just use other people's bodies. I'm pretty sure that goes on anyway, you know. I might do that. I might launch that later, actually. I'd be like, wow, you've got some amazing tattoos. I'd be like, yeah. I didn't know you had a back piece. Yep. Massive back piece. Looks a lot like Batista. Yeah. That was the inspiration. What can I say? Brony, shout out to you. Raven said, I think people have smoked too much. I agree. We all need to settle down as we approach this final hour and dial in to hopefully what is going to be a Wyatt Sicks video. That's what I'm hoping for. A Wyatt Sicks video in the 3rd hour. We have got a QR code. We have got a QR code. Guys, my powers worked. I managed to create a QR code. Right, we've got Bron Breakker. Bron Breakker backstage with Kathy Kelly. Now that Sammy's behind you, can you tell us what the future holds? Ooh. I heard there'll be a tournament starting to determine my next challenger. It's not my fault that I'm a badass. It's not my fault that I earned this Intercontinental Championship. So have your tournament. Have it. Who's going to win it? Who wins that tournament? Ilya, do we think? Could it be Ilya? Okay, Dominic Mysterio making his way down. Thomas said, did they run an old commercial or did Pete Dunne get moved back to NXT? It says that he's got a tag match for the tag titles tomorrow night. Well, he has been doing some stuff in NXT. He's been kind of feuding with Trick Williams. So I didn't see him advertised for that, but I could believe that he's advertised for that. Dom glues on his moustache. Does he? Does he? Right, Dom versus Damien. Ooh, what's this? What's this? Jcraft, what's that? Did you reply to that super chat? Look at that. I've never seen that before. Is that new? How did you do that? Did you reply to the... How did you do that? Channel activity, go to channel, pin message, report, remove, put person in timeout, hard. How do you do that? Look at that. Did you see that? I've never seen that before. Oof. Did you get Alexa yet? Yep. Yep. She was out in the first hour. That's amazing. But how is this not the main event? Because Ludwig's the main event. Right, Damien against Dirty Dom is our next match. Here is Damian Priest and his opponent. Damian Priest. The reason this man is not world champion right now is because of the Judgment Day. Boom! Big kick. Here's the rest of the Judgment Day. Hey, we haven't had the women's match. We haven't had Damage Control against Shayna and Zoey or Alba Isla, so we've still got that to come. But it's called hacking. Haven't you seen Mr. Robot? Oh, I have seen an episode of that. It's all right. I didn't fall in love with it like some people. But then I don't think I gave it much of a chance. Right, so the rest of Judgment Day came down. And Damien with Balor. Super kick to Carlito. Oh, super kick. Down went JD. Dominic in the ring, and he is looking like he's pooping himself. He has pooped himself. His dirty diaper Dom now. Oh, Rhea is behind Dirty Dom. Like that. Oh, my God. Now Damien's the other side. Oh, my God. Headbutt. Oh, elbow. Dirty Dom goes down. Wow. He went down so hard. His ass was in the air. Rhea is so excited. She's stripping the commentary table. So the commentary table has been stripped. Here we go, Damien with Dom through the ropes. Rhea is going to get her hands. Where's Liv? Surely she's going to make the save. Surely. Riptides. There she is. With a chair. Boom. And now the Judgment Day jump Damien. We want Jay. We want Jay. We want Jay. Oh, she's punching her in the boob. She's punching her in the boob. Oh, my God. That should be illegal. That should be illegal. Look at this. Damien is trying to get to Rhea. Liv's like... And she's... Oh, okay. At least she's not punching her in the boob anymore. Right now, we have got Damien. He's being made to watch as Rhea goes into the ring posts. Liv hurling Rhea over the commentary table. Look at this. They are making Damien watch. Ah! Rhea just got hurled into the ring steps. She kind of had to go over the top of the commentary table first and then back into the ring posts. Oh my God. And they made Damian watch. Right now they're attacking him. They're beating up on Damian. Finn Balor is perched. Coup de grace. Coup de grace. Wow. This should have been the main event, you know. This has been a lot of fun. I mean, not for Rhea. Boom. Oblivion connects. And she's doing it whilst wearing a shirt that's got Rhea crying on it. They're all stomping away on Damian. Now Dominic's going up. Look at him. Oh, look at him. Damian is down. Dominic, big frog splash. Wow. Wow. Turns out Dominic was too much for Damian. Now they've got the Terror Twins just sort of slumped on each other as Judgment Day laugh their heads off. Wow. That was quite the beatdown. That was quite the beatdown. Dominic's a bad man. He's a bad man. Look at that. He's just pretty much messed up Damian and Rhea on his own. He's a bad man. Amazing. This is what we needed, said Jojo. Yep. That was the violence that we didn't get from Big Bronson Reed. No yeet. That's a good point. No yeets. LS Dub says, fantastic segment. Fantastic. In my mind, LS Dub's standing applauding right now. Bravo, everybody. That was fantastic. Please tell me you did that, LS Dub. That's the mental image I've got of you, my friend. I am. Look, he says I am. Fantastic, everybody. Brilliant. I could see you fitting into Timeless Tony Storm's world. I could see her reacting similar as well. No Wyatt Sicks tonight, said Kiam. We had him earlier. But we're going to get a video, I'm sure of it. Sure of it. Two of tonight's matches didn't even happen, but the show's been cooking as always, says Ian. Come on, Jay, said Ishan. I know, man. If he's got a thing for Rhea, he just really let her down. Alkaline said, that was awesome. That was awesome. Danny loved the boob punches. You're a wrong one, Danny. You're a wrong one. Ishan said, Liv sucks. I don't know. Ethan said the new Judgment Day are brilliant. Battle Live said, any Wyatt Sicks yet? I'm late. We did get them earlier, but we are hoping for more. Days, I would love it if Chavo came back to beat up Dirty Tom. That would be fun. That would be fun. Amy Johnson said, this is why Raw is the best wrestling show every week. Punk and Drew, Judgment Day story, Wyatt Sicks, nothing else touches it. Liv eats corn the long way, says Aubrey. Days, is that a moustache or did Dom just have a snack pack in catering before he came out? Both. Pappy Crocs said, imagine if the lights went out and the Wyatts were just teasing that they would be what they were watching. That would be sick. That would be Wyatt sick. NXT is the best wrestling show, said Mitch. Oh, here he is. Here he is. Actually, I think you'll find that NXT is the best. Can't you just let people enjoy it? Actually, I think you'll find that NXT is the best wrestling show. I've run the numbers, and statistically, it's the best wrestling show by 0.27%, actually. Do you want to be that person, do you, Mitchell? Is that the person you want to be, Mitchell? Hope you're well, Mitchell. Shout out to you. Chris said, I think we get Ray helping Priest and Mummy and possibly Bad Bunny. Yeah, let's bring them all in. Little Nas and Cardi B and Travis Scott, and I'm running out of rappers. Nicki Minaj. Taylor Swift's Little Uzi Vert. I don't even know where that came from. I didn't even know I knew a Little Uzi Vert, but I do. I do. Wow. Little Uzi Vert. Jeez. He plays for the Netherlands, doesn't he? Little Uzi Vert plays in midfield. Don't even know where that came from, honestly. Yeah, dude. It's because I'm a gangster. That's why. Right, we're back to the show. We're just watching Rhea getting smashed into the table face first. Days being ghetto, said Tiny Tails. Yes. If I don't know about the rappers, they ain't worth knowing. King Yeti said Vanilla Ice. Yes. MC Hammer. We know them all. We know all of the rappers. Milli Vanilli. Okay. Days gangster AF, says Clyde. Come here. Get closer. Damien. Rhea. Do you know what that is? It's a taste. Sample. A sample of what's going to happen to you in Berlin. That's cool, says Carlito. At Bash in Berlin, I'm going to make Rhea my... Bad words. Here's the progressive woman. She looks like she could be a breakdancer at the Olympics, doesn't she? Who knew that the progressive woman was going to be such an inspiration to that Australian breakdancer? Yes. Yes. She would have scored higher, actually. Right, we can't score that Damien Dom match because it wasn't a match. There's been a lot of matches that just aren't matches tonight, which is very confusing. I can tell you that so far, Sheamus, Pete Dunne, great 73%. Final Testament, New Day, good 98%. Bronson Reed against The Miz, good 95%. And that's it. And then 2 matches that weren't matches. Okay, here we go. This is for the women's... This is for the biggest prize in WWE. This is for the women's tag titles. Here's Damage Control with their mid music. Sounds rubbish. Do you remember when it used to be good? And then they butchered it when Bayley left. Alba and Isla and Shayna and Zoey. The Terrible Twins, that's a good name for them. The New Day are going to be a new team, says Ryan. We want Roman. I don't think you're getting him. I don't think you're even getting him on Friday. Let alone Monday. Okay, so it's Io and it's Kyrie. Was that a progressive match flow on Raw? Do we not normally get them on Raw? I can't remember. Do we not normally get them on Raw? I don't know. When do we get them? I don't really ever pay them attention. Do you know what? The Pure Fusion Collective track just sounds like the same band, but from a different part of the album. I could totally believe that this is the same artist that does the same music as the Damage Control music. But it's just this is track 5. They come out to track 2. This is track 5 of the same album. Roman won't be back until September 13th when SmackDown goes to USA. Lamar, shout out to you. Alkaline said Days doesn't get it, and that's hilarious. What didn't I get? Oh, I want to get it. What didn't I get? Oh. Jay, shout out to you. Maggie said, I'm off now. I'm tired, and this is a Roman free zone. Laters, guys. Enjoy the rest of your night. Bye, Maggie. Hope you had a nice time. Clyde said, Smoker blazed with Days. Clyde, shout out to you. We're all getting high on wrestling tonight. I mean, maybe not much wrestling, but you know. Here is Isla and Alba. Isla looking very disgusted at the Florida crowds. Roman might be on the September 6th show, says Amethyst. Rappers, can't forget about Zoe Killer, said Zoe Killer. You. What's one of your songs called, Zoe Killer? Flip the community. Flip this community. I said flip this community. I don't care. Flip this community. Say what? Flip this community. Flip the community. I reckon I could flesh that out. High on wrestling would be a great t-shirt, says Akeem. It would, you're right. But I hate making money. I hate it. Loathe it. Here's Austin, hello. That's interesting. Maggie goes and Austin arrives. What's that about? Are they one and the same person? Thomas said, I don't know how WWE did it, even as long as they did. Rhea was a face for a long time, and so was Priest, and they had surrounded them with heels, and it worked, said Thomas. They know what they're doing, mate. That's what it comes down to. They know what they're doing. Wes, hello, buds. Said we're always getting high days. Time to smoke. Wes, shout out to you, buds. Hope you're well. Wes has been with us for a long time. There we go. Belt's being handed over. Austin heard about your OnlyFans, so he showed up. Very good. Spartan said, Days, Sammy and Jay are at a Waffle House. Are they? Fair play. I've never been to one, you know. Okay, we are underway with the biggest match in WWE history. Women. I'm just going to put that because I can't be bothered to type them all out. There's loads. There's loads. People might be like, what women? All of them. Flipping all of them. Right, Shayna goes to the outside. Kyrie with a kick. EO comes in, so Kyrie and EO are in the ring. Kyrie runs over, goes up. Oh my God, that was crazy, man. I don't even know what that was. I don't even know what that was. That could have gone wrong, but it did go wrong. I mean, they're showing a replay. I love it. I love it. She got picked up. She sort of fell short, and then she sort of just forced herself over the top to just do something. Just do something. We've got to do something. I've got to do something. Man, that was about as messy as it gets, but in just the most glorious way possible. I love that. That should now be their finishing move. That should be their new finisher. And I love the build as well. It was like, here we go, guys. Here we go, everyone. This is going to be sick. Get your cameras out. Here we go. And then she went over and she was like all caught up on the rope for a second. She did so well to save that. I mean, I say save it. You know, she didn't really save it. I can't say that people didn't notice. It's blooming brilliant. Blooming brilliant. Protect that woman at all costs. I love Kyrie. There will be no Kyrie slander. King Yeti said, "Scissor me daddy, Shayna." Oh, she should do that shirt. That'd be good. She might get in trouble with AEW, might she? "Scissor me daddy, Shayna" would be a great shirt. Kian said, "I've tagged you in something on X. It's a funny thing." I'll be the judge of that, Kian. It's a funny thing. It means who's your birthday opponent, and guess who? Look, it is, and I'd probably get killed. Don't even understand what you're on about. What's this? What's going on? Look at your likes. 420. Wow. Daniel, thank you. 420 likes. Guys, why is that not 10,000? The flip. Why is that not at 10,000 likes? What's going on? What's this? Oh, here we go. This ain't good. I'm going to get my arm broken by Shayna. So what's this? Your birth month opponent. Oh, why can't I be in June? I'd take on Kyrie. I wouldn't mind a match with Kyrie or a match with Zelina. I'm May, so I'm Drew. Suppose it's, you know, at least it's not Bronson, but he's not an option, is he? Odyssey's quite fun and quite nice. I mean, I wouldn't want to face him, but I don't think he'd be too violent. So I don't think I've done well there. Gunther would probably be the worst. Yeah. I wish it was June or August. Oh, well. What else have we got? What else are people talking about? Wonder who says, "Welcome to Monday Night Raw" on the first show of Netflix. Triple H. I think you could be right. Oh, hello. Seen that before. Taylor Swift with her CM Punk doll. Ilya or Kaiser? What do we think about the new Uncle Howdy Bo Dallas mask? It's 10 out of 10. I don't like it. I don't think it looks as dirty or as intriguing. I don't like this look as much. I prefer the dreads. This looks like Julia's hair. It looks like it's been inspired by Julia, which is no bad thing. She's a great wrestler. Are you copying my look? Oh, what, you think he looks like Finn Balor? Oh yeah, I can sort of see that, but this is like an old Finn Balor in it. This is an old demon. This is a 50-year-old demon. There's Demon in his prime, and this is Demon like in his retirement years. I don't know. I thought he had a great look. I wouldn't have really messed around with it. I loved how he looked. But, you know, trying a few things. What's this? Who or what is this? Do I want to play it? I do. Well, it's someone in a hat. I don't think it's just someone that works there in a hat. I think it's just someone in a hat. I think it's a boomer. I'll respond. A boomer in a hat. A boomer in a hat. That's my honest answer. That's what I think it is. It's a boomer in a hat. Right, it's a Kip Up there by EO. Let's go. How long we got? What a joy to watch, says Michael Cole. Double knees by EO. EO colliding into both corners. Thomas said, if you go to Waffle House, carry a weapon. A fork. You have to bring your own cutlery. Oh, big kick there by Alba. Alba going to the outsides. What do you think about the main event? I don't. It doesn't strike me as main event worthy, but I'm pretty sure something's going to go down. So they must have put it in that spot for a reason. Here we go. We've got Kyrie up, looking for a superplex with EO. Yep, lovely. Crowd are into this, you know. Crowd are making some noise. 2, Oh, and a save made by Isla Dawn. Kick coming in there by Shayna Baszler. Headbutt coming in there by Alba. Another kick coming in. Sonya Deville goes down. Spear by Kyrie. Come on! Yes! Kyrie on her feet, stomping away. Goes back to the corner. She's going to look to charge over. Smashes into Sonya. Here's Shayna. Oh, kick coming in. Kyrie goes back against the ropes. Kick coming in by Zoey. Tag being made again. In comes Shayna. Zoey and Shayna in control. Here's Io. Io on the shoulders. Death Valley driver. Into a kick. So that's Io dealt with. Now we've got Kyrie going up top. And she goes down. Yeah, crossbody takes down both Zoey and Shayna. There is a bit of... It is a little off in places. There is a little bit of waiting for moves and whatnot. Shot coming in there by Shayna. Oh, my God. That was a big right hand there by Kyrie Sane. That was a lovely shot by Kyrie Sane. These two exchanging shots back and forth. They're just throwing in. Kick there by Shayna. Kyrie goes down to one knee. Shayna looks over against the ropes. Goes against the ropes. Boom. Shot coming in there by Kyrie. Oh. Grabbed her by the hair. Kirifuda, but... Yeah, no joy. Shayna is back in the corner. Kyrie. Ah! Spinning back film! Mate, I flipping love that move. I love it when they do it in UFC. Spinning back fist looks sick. That looks so good. Some of this match is not quite connected properly in places. There's been a bit of standing around and waiting and whatever, but... Tag being made there by Isla. Yeah, I don't think Shayna realizes the tag's been made. Ah, backstabber. Alba up top. Boom, comes down. Shayna, 1, 2, 3. There we go. Champs retain. Well, there was some all right stuff there. There was some all right stuff there, I thought. Not all of it, but I enjoyed the botch. Right, we got Sonya on the outside watching. I love the spinning back fist. The crowd was really into that, said AB Jobson. Okay, we've got, I mean, it's Randy in the main event, in it. Okay, granted, Ludwig's maybe not the opponent that we would be looking for, but... So, coming up, we've got Randy and Ludwig. This match isn't bad, said LS Dub. It has a nice flow in parts, but I just don't care. The women's tag titles, they've not meant anything at any point in the 5 years of the company. The belts just don't matter. Surprised they didn't put the belts on the Purely Stupid Name Collective. It felt like they would, says By the Bonfire. Afzal said, Days, how are you? I'm good, thank you. Are you streaming Bash in Berlin? I am, my friends. And is Roman going to be on SmackDown? Not expecting Roman on SmackDown. Don't think he's back until September. I believe it to be the first episode we go to USA, but someone was mentioning it could be the week before. So no, not expecting him on Friday. Bash in Berlin, of course. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we do Raw, we do NXT, we do SmackDown, we do the premium live events. We'll be doing NXT No Mercy as well. So we're all over those. So the excitement is building. I think Bash in Berlin looks all right. I really do. I mean, it's clearly a B show. It's clearly a B show, but I think Dom Liv against Rhea and Damien. I mean, you can't really be down on that. CM Punk against Drew in a strap match. No Seth to distract. Lovely. Cody against Kevin Owens. May see heel Kevin Owens return. It'll be a banging match. You know, but are we going to get the Kevin Owens of old? If that's going to be OG Kevin Owens, Kevin Steen against Cody Rhodes, like, that thing will be fantastic. And Gunther against Randy Orton. Oh, I didn't know about that. If Orton wins the championship, he'll be transferred to Raw, and Gunther will be transferred to SmackDown. Did you know that? I didn't know that. If Orton wins the championship, he'll be transferred to Raw. Gunther will be transferred to SmackDown, so they will swap shows. How do we feel about that? Ooh, that would put him on collision course with Cody if we did that, because he'd be there to face Cody, wouldn't he? And it gets Randy away from all the bloodline stuff. Ooh, I don't mind that stipulation. I don't mind that. Gunther Randy, if Orton wins, he's transferred to Raw. If Gunther wins, he goes to Smack. Don't mind that, you know. I don't mind that. Ray said, what do you think of the Wyatts going to help Rhea and Priest against the new Judgment Day? I think like they probably should deal with the Creeds first. So, I mean, I wouldn't be like down on it, but like, I don't know, deal with the Creeds, get that done first, and then move on to your next thing. There is not enough heat for Evolution on the main roster now in NXT. Yes, says A.B. Jobson. Not enough heat for Evolution on the main roster. What do we mean? I mean like Triple H and Batista and Ric Flair. Is that stipulation real? It's on Wikipedia, and we know that they never lie. I really have not heard that. I mean, has that come from somewhere? Was it like on a Talking Smack or a Raw Talk or whatnot? You can see for yourself, it's on Wikipedia. Oh, I don't even need to. I'll show you. Between there. Okay, there's Jay. I'm trying to get my singles championship. Oh, Jay. I've put my name in the tournament. Ooh. Yeets. Okay, so he's in the tournament. That's interesting. Jey Uso, that's interesting. He appeared in the background just as she said yeet. He went yeet. Trinidad flag guy is actually behind the commentators. I didn't realize he was there. Normally he's kind of on the other side. Ah, lovely. Lovely. Jay deserves a push, says Ethan. I said that hours ago, said James. Yeah, but James, you do so much swearing that we have to filter so many words out. Sometimes we miss some of the other parts of what you say. Days, when do you think that we see Damian versus Finn one-on-one? When do you think we will see Damian Finn one-on-one? Oh, probably Bad Blood, I would imagine. I think there's quite a few that we're building towards Bad Blood with. Matt said, oh, we answered that one. When is the last time Jay was actually in the ring? Dark match the other day. On TV, I can't remember, to be honest. Uso is getting rich. He's still young in his singles run. They've got to build him up individually more in the ring. Afsal, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the kind words. What do you think about Bad Bloods? Well, I think that's going to be an amazing show, to be honest. I'm really looking forward to that. I think that we're kind of building up towards Bash in Berlin, but we know that a lot of things are going to actually go on beyond that as well. So, yeah, very excited. I feel like we're not going to get a Wyatt Sicks video. I'm still ever hopeful. I'm still ever hopeful. Right. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. The Rock. Celebrity guest picker. Sheamus. I don't know what that means. Right, let's end this poll. 54% said that match was good. 26% said it was great. 10% said it was bad. 8% said it was all time. So that was good 90%. Next week, what we got? Braun against Bronson Reed. Let's go. Let's go. Braun Strowman against Big Bronson Reed. Then we've got Braun Breaker. His Intercontinental Championship #1 contenders tournament begins next week. Jey Uso is in that, but we don't know anyone else. Uncle Howdy takes on Chad Gable next week. What? 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 Who predicted that? I did not predict that. Uncle Howdy, Chad Gable next week. Not in Berlin. What's up with Triple H? Why does he keep the Wyatt Sicks off the flipping PLEs? What's this about? Uncle Howdy, Chad Gable. You know, the match that a lot of people thought we'd get at SummerSlam. They're doing it next week. Confusing. But exciting. That means that next week's Raw is going to be a big deal. I have got the voice of an angel. Holy crud. Holy cruds. Honestly, I'm stunned by that. I'm stunned by that. No way did I think we were getting that next week. Are there any PLEs lower than B-level PLEs like Bash? In your house. Some we have had C-level PLEs. I don't think we've got them anymore, though. Have we got C-level PLEs anymore? I don't know. What do you think about NXT No Mercy? What do you think about the NXT level? I feel like they're just their own thing. That's the developmental PLEs. I don't think they count. I think Evolution, do you remember that women's pay-per-view? I think that was a C-level. It shouldn't have been, but they did no build. And it felt like a house show. Yeah, I don't think there is one now. I can't think of one now. Wouldn't NXT be considered that, said JJ? It's a good point, but I think that's a bit harsh in it. Because, like, they're developmental and that's their pay-per-view. I think it's probably better to look at it as a big NXT show rather than a little WWE show. Any PLE in Florida, because that's sea level. Spartan said, Bo's in control of the story, not Triple H. Nah, they're working together. Bo can't just do what he wants. Bo can't do what he wants. He'll be working with Triple H, and I'm sure they'll be, like, fleshing it out together, but there ain't no way that Bo's gone up to Triple H, gone, I'm on Raw next week. And Triple, yes, sir, no problems. Who would you like to face? They're working together. Does Bo have a say when the matches are on Raw or PLEs? Well, I'm sure that he does have a say, but, you know, this is going to be like Triple H has the final words. I mean, let's not forget who the boss is. So Triple H will be the one that gets the final say, but I think that he'll be quite happy to let Bo kind of tell the story he wants to tell. But if he wants to use the match at a PLE to kind of build and promote the PLE, then Triple H can always do that. But seemingly Triple H is quite happy for the Wyatt Sicks to be a boost to the Raw numbers. That would be great for next week's Raw, wouldn't it? Hey, look, no complaints from me. I didn't predict it. I didn't call it. I'm not bothered by that. No way did I think that we were going to do that next week. It just, I don't know. I mean, I really would have thought that Ivy and... if that had been Ivy, Nikki, I would have understood it a bit more. But, like, to do Uncle Howdy's first match on a Raw is like, wow. So, yeah, surprising. Surprising. Bash is gonna be OTC and Usos getting back together, and then they'll go after Solo, says JJ. Days probably gets more views on Raw, or it ends in a DQ. Yeah, it's one of those, and they need people to tune into Bash in Berlin, but they need people to tune into Raw as well. Like, it's now that, like, Peacock has got all those I mean, the pay-per-views are built well, and they always make them worth watching. But it's very clear they do also want stuff for Raw, and they want stuff for SmackDown, right? But that, not a go-home show, like, that's the go-home for Bash in Berlin. That kind, I mean, we spoke earlier about it. If it was the Raw after Bash in Berlin, I would actually understand it better. I could understand it better. But them doing that on the go-home show for Bash in Berlin, no way did I predict that. No way. I could have seen or understood them doing it on the go-home, on the Fallout show. But the go-home, no way. So yeah, really surprised at that. But good, fine. I ain't got no complaints with it. Could be to help Bo with ring rust. Not too much pressure on a Raw, says Jason. I'm expecting the match to not really get underway, just like what we saw with Judgment Day, says Ryan. So you think it's a bit of a fake out? Could be. It really could be. Thomas said Nikki's first match might be a bigger deal, said Thomas. Isri said, Days, Jay being in the tournament, then going to make it all the way to the finals. He'll win the final, but lose the championship match. I'm so tired of him. Just reunite the Usos. Oh. Right, Randy is in the ring, and here comes Gunther and Ludwig. Actually, no Gunther. I thought Gunther would be coming out with him. Here we go then, main event. I'm sure we will see Gunther. Ludwig Kaiser. Ludwig Kaiser. Let's go. Right. I didn't think it would happen this soon, says Charles. We're all surprised, Charles. We're all surprised. Days, Don't you dare say Wyatt Sicks are what, buds? Don't you dare say Wyatt Sicks are... Oh, we'll never know. Well, do you know what? I said it. Whatever it was going to be, I said it. What are you going to do about it? Maybe I was a bit harsh. I'm not tired of him. I'm just tired of his singles run, said Isri. No, we've all heard that you're tired of him now. And we're judging you harshly. Trini said, I think they're trying to make Raw as must-see as possible to boost numbers before the move to Netflix. So they start the partnership off with a bang. Do you know what, though? Someone just made a good point that this weekend is the anniversary of Bray's passing. So could it be that they wanted to do something on the Monday following it? I don't know. I don't know that it was that. I could agree they're trying to build up Raw before the move. I could agree with that. I could agree they're trying to get ratings and they want Raw to stay strong and they're using the Wyatt Sicks for that. I could agree with all of that. Right, we are underway with our main events. And it is Orton taking on Ludwig. This is a main event that I think is... I don't know how people are going to feel about this one. I can tell you that people are going cray-cray at that news. Lots of excitement. Lots of excitement. Lovely. Back elbow. He's trying to get out. Tonight's headlines: Judgment Day attack and beat down Damian Priest and Rhea Ripley. Odyssey Jones helps New Day to beat the Final Testament. Why is Kaiser such a... Oh, we can't... I don't think we're allowed to say that word anymore. I think I'd be cancelled. Why is he such a silly Billy tonight? Wrestle Danny said, for Bronson and Braun, we chant meat. For this, we chant oil. Right, Randy, driven back in the corner. We got 13 minutes. I'm thinking Wyatt's being booked like that's not a good sign, says John. Days, Howdy versus Gable either ends with a Howdy win, then an attack, or a DQ, then a bash. Wyatt Sicks, American Maids. Fall away slam, yeah. I could see that. Days, I think they want to watch the PLE at Whataburger. Do you want to be at Bash in Berlin? Oh, I'd love to, but I've actually booked a Whataburger table, so... Ah, look at that. Look at that throw. Ludwig getting absolutely chucked across the ring. Randy throwing in shots. Tomorrow we've got a gauntlet eliminator. The winner faces Roxanne Perez. Oh, that'll be good. For No Mercy. Oil, oil, oil. Let's go. We can send it. It's completely free. It's legal in Missouri. What's that? What would you say you like more? Bloodline or Wyatt Sicks, says Tony. They're both different, aren't they? I mean, I feel like Bloodline have given us more because they've been going for a lot longer and they really carried shows, man. Oh my god. Oh my god. I think Romans, you're talking about the biggest thing in this generation, the Bloodline, and Roman and his heel turn. It's probably got to be that. It's probably got to be Bloodline. But it's a bit unfair because we're comparing something that's been going for 4 years with something that's been going for about 3 months. You know what I mean? It's probably not fair to compare. There's just a lot more with the Bloodline, but Wyatt Sicks could definitely overtake them. Definitely overtake them. If we was to include Bray and the Funhouse and actually make it a bit more even, then I would say Bray, Funhouse and all of that over Bloodline. But Bloodline against just Wyatt Sicks, I'd go Bloodline. Okay, Gunther has made his presence felt. Brony said Bloodline is way better. The Howdy match is next week because they're going to attack a new target on the next PPV, says Sparta Crow. Okay, Ludwig back in the ring. Ludwig on the outside. Running rounds. And boom! Drop kick. Randy's leg goes into the steps. So the momentum here has... I really like Gunther in this attire, you know. He looks really good. So, yeah, it's back and forth, to in and throw him. Do you think that Ridge has done well in NXT with Chase U? I think he's done okay. I think he's better than Brawling Brutes. So, if we're comparing it to that, do I like Ridge in Brawling Brutes or do I like Ridge in Chase U? I like Ridge in Chase U. So, by that metric, yes. Between Two Rivers Production says, yo, this was going to be a methodical match, especially with Orton controlling the match. Nothing touches Bloodline story, says Brony. I think Ridge will be the downfall of Chase U, said Alex. He could be. He could be. It could be a wedge that gets driven between them. I love Tama and Jacob. Solo is playing the role well. Tama, though, as someone who was at Money in the Bank, that botch was hilarious. What the Tongaloa botch? The one where he punched him in the anus. That one. Was that the one at Money in the Bank? I just had to look it up. I had no idea that word was a bad word. I do apologise, says Callie. Callie, that's fine. You know how the world moves. A word that's fine yesterday can become a bad word overnight. I can't give you any examples because I'd be cancelled, but I'm sure you can think of some. They haven't booked Jay for 2 weeks, said Mustafa. At least the Chase U story is going somewhere. Matt said, I want the 73-year-old Bob Orton Jr. to show up and help his son. Chase U's story has been great, says Alex. But I have got a scooter now, said Wes. Ah, very good. I don't know about that, Brony. Judgment Day made Dom. They elevated Rhea and Priest, and they had much less room in my mind to succeed than Bloodline. So it feels like their story was equally strong for me, says Trini. Right, we are at commercial break. How long have we got left? 8 minutes. 8 minutes. James says, I ain't cancelled yet, and think of the stuff that I say. That's true. I don't actually know how that's happened, James. I don't know how you've not been cancelled. Perhaps you have, but just no one told you. Perhaps you actually get cancelled every week, but just no one's ever actually told you. Amy Johnson said Stephanie Vicor's visa issues shouldn't be a surprise, as she was in CMLL, who had visa issues with wrestlers trying to get... I didn't even know she had visa issues. She's got visa issues. She should be MasterCard then. It's her own fault. She should be with MasterCard or American Express. No one's got the balls, says James. James Wade said, Wyatt Sicks could never outdo the Bloodline. They're not frequent enough. Mitchell. Days. Mitchell. I don't know what that was. Hey, do you think Orton will win against Gunther? Well, I didn't. And then I saw that stipulation on Wikipedia and I'm like, oh, I was exactly like that. That's exactly how I was. I went, oh no, I came over like an old lady. Oh, dear. Oh. Had a little hot flush. And now I don't know. I feel like no. Gunther wins. Easy. But then you start thinking and you go, hang on, if Randy wins, he goes to Raw, Gunther goes to SmackDown. I could totally see Gunther versus Cody for the WWE. I could totally see that. Totally. And then that gets Randy to another world title reign. He'll be on 15 as we get closer to Cena's final year. If he loses it and then wins another world title, he'd be on 16. And Cena would be on 16. I'm like, oh, honestly. Don't know. I think Gunther wins. But there is a little, seed of doubt. Nah, Gunther wins, said Austin. Randy said, Dace, thank you for being you. Randy, thank you for being you. Thank everyone for being everyone. Except James. Needs to be better. Biden is going to be speaking on TV soon. About Raw. The Gable match next week is definitely going to be the main event. It better be. Jeez. Imagine if it wasn't. Imagine if it wasn't. Here's Ludwig on the outside. Ah! Big clothesline by Randy. There we go. There we go. Randy with a clothesline. They should just marry Linda already. Oh, no. Raven says, not me. There we go. Ludwig gets slammed onto the commentary table. And he's going to go again. Boom! And he stares at Gunther. Stares at Gunther. This your guy, is it? He's going to go again. Boom! Gunther just stands there. Oh, I'm warning you. You leave him alone, you bully. Here we go. He's going to go again. Picking up Kaiser. Boom! Man, that table will not break. That table will not break. Randy getting back into the ring. Gets back out again. Ludwig down. Biden should be in an OAP home. Perhaps he's going to be. Perhaps that's what's going to be on TV. It's like going to be a reality show. They said Randy's a 14-time champ. He'd be 15 if he beats Gunther. So Cena has one more. That is correct. Politics are faker than any wrestling match, says Matt. That's true, because wrestling's real. Look, this is real. Look, he's really worried about his friend. Here we go, Randy. Ludwig, boom, fighting back. We've only got a few minutes left to go here. Step up enziguri by Ludwig. Randy goes down. 1, 2. Kick out by Randy. Kick out by Randy. Gunther's going to lose. He's going to move to SmackDown and become Vince's sidekick. Yes. Right, here we've got Ludwig in the corner. I like that. Mark said, we need Days to beat the record and be a 17-time world champion. I could do it. I just need to win the title 17 times. Boom! Lovely! Massive superplex by Randy. Massive superplex. Gunther on the outside looking concerned. KO. RKO. RKO. Here we go. We got Kaiser over. Draping DDT. Ah! Gets it. Gets it. Vintage. Vintage Orton. He's going to that place. No, roll up there by Ludwig. Just a 2. Oh, RKO. There it was. RKO connects. Connects. That'll do it. 1, 2, 3. And he does it. He beats him. Randy beats Ludwig with an RKO. And Gunther is at ringside. He gets into the ring. Oh, he jumps in, but a big shot there by Randy. Randy and Gunther. Yes! Come on, Gunther. Come on, Gunther. Uppercut there by Gunther. Boom, big shot. Kick to the midsection by Randy. Gunther into the corner. Into the ring posts. Randy and Gunther are brawling. It's Randy that's getting the better of Gunther, though. Gunther goes down. Oh, eye poke. The irony, that's the last thing we see. An eye poke is the last thing we see. Whoa, Randy getting the better of Gunther to close out the show. It doesn't mean anything at this stage. It depends what happens on the go home. Even then, you can't really tell. But traditionally, whoever gets the better of the go home shows tend to be the people that lose at the actual show. But I don't know that that's a thing anymore. But there we go. Get in your match scores. What did you think about that match? What did you think? Hey, what did you think? Eye poke, what is this? UFC? Yeah, let's go. But it got cut off for me. It wasn't a Spanish announce table, so it's not breaking. You know the rules. I know, your American announce tables are so well built. They're too well built. We needed a Spanish announce table. I want a refund, says Jim. Refund, refund, refund. It'll be interesting, actually, to see what people thought about that. I don't think it was the most spectacular show. But, to be honest with you, I mean, the first 2 hours went really quick for me. They went really quick. That third out, we didn't get the Wyatt Sicks video. But they did give us the match announcement. Didn't they? You know? So, that was unexpected. The Spanish ones, they come from IKEA, says James. They're the Swedish ones. Uncle Howdy Gable on Raw. WTF, that's lame, said AJG. The show cooked, said AB Jobson. Berlin is going to have the best engineer. You're right. Oh my God, there ain't no breaking them tables. They're going to be German engineered. Oh my God. You're right. They're going to be like the Mercedes-Benz. They're going to be like the BMWs of commentary tables. There ain't no breaking them. Oh, very good. Matt, you're absolutely right, buds. You've nailed that. You've nailed that. What if the Wyatt Sicks released by WWE because they don't know what to do with them? I think there'd be a lot of disappointment, to be honest, but if they released them because they just ran out of ideas. That would be a Vince move, wouldn't it? I think we would all think to ourselves that Vince had returned. Triple H cooking like Gordon Ramsay. I was late again, said Alan. I just couldn't help it. Alan, you're forgiven. Don't worry about it. Mitchell said, I'm going to go 6, 7, 5, 7 range. What about you? I'm about the same, buds. I'm about the same. I've sent you a private invite. Check your email, says AB Jobson. Do you mean a private invite? What are you on about? You mean you perv? Seems like a perv thing to do. Texas, look at that. The hat, the rabbit, the pig, the bird, the happy moon. It's all there. Texas with all the emojis. Can we see him actually on screen if I get rid of the poll? There they are, look. Very nice. Right, main events. 42% goods. 41% great. Look how close that was. Oh, but it comes out as good by 1%. Good by 1%. Right, Raw is on for me now. I miss watching Raw with you. Well, it's just starting for you. Why? Because, what, are you on the West Coast? If you got no other way of watching it, you have to wait. It's not been like that before. The Anonymous has a Pluto symbol and a red ring in the opening. The Anonymous, what's that? Is that a TV show? Mitchell, shout out to you, but this week's Raw, I'm going to give a B, said Blue Will Sonic. Blue Will Sonic, shout out to you. Spartan said, Days, the Wyatt Sicks, they need a catchy phrase like CEO. Oh, yes, they do. You're right. What would that be? Oh, what phrase would they have? What phrase would they have? I want to do like howdy. But that doesn't really work, does it? Howdy. Wyatt Sicks. Oh, Wyatt Sicks is okay. Wyatt Sicks. Wyatt Sicks. There you go. CEO. Wyatt Sicks. CEO. It's right there, and it's the name. Wyatt Sicks. Wyatt Sicks. Wyatt Sicks. Why don't people chant that, actually? Wyatt Sicks. Wyatt Sicks. And Howdy could come out and do the Mercedes dance. Wyatt Sicks. Wyatt Sicks. Yes. That'd be sick. There you are. There you are. There you are. There you are. Going to Raw next week, said we shouldn't be friends in RI for Uncle Howdy's first match. Yeah. Imagine that. You go in to Raw next week, you're going to see Uncle Howdy's first match. Shh. Amazing. William said, Days, I love you. Have a great morning. And you, William. And you. Looks like Berlin is staying 5 matches. John said, letter grade goes down. No Lyra dance. No Lyra? You're absolutely right. This show was a 3. A 3 at best. When will Shaved Days make his return? Don't know. I do like dyeing my beard grey, and it makes me seem more elegant and more educated. You know, I just need some reading glasses and like a book, and then everyone will believe everything I say because I look like I know what I'm on about. It's all part of my marketing strategy. Corey said, you want to talk about the most annoying person in wrestling? Sasha Banks. CEO. Days, love the way we're presenting Bronson. He looks good, doesn't he, Bishop? He looks good. Dave said they've already got one. You effed up. They need someone like Prince Nana doing a dance, said Spot. That's exactly what they need. They need Prince Nana doing that. Saw Hack Duggan said, do we think the Wyatt Sicks story is becoming stale? Not for me, because I kind of feel like we're just introducing the group. You know, I mean, I think we're taking our time, and we keep adding extra elements. So we've kind of gone through those weeks where we've done the sit-down interviews. Then last week we were doing like a bit of a cryptic sit-down interview, but we also last week had Ivy Nile come into the story. Now we've had Nikki approach Ivy. We had a bit of a brawl between American Made and Wyatt Sicks. That's now set up next week's Uncle Howdy. Chad Gable match. Like, for me, like, we're just constantly doing little things each week. It's nothing monumental, but it's just little things each week. There's something else that gets added. Some people might look at it and be like, nah, I'm bored. But for me, I'm like, okay, like now this week, like the new mask, I know that's going to be a big talking point. So I want to have a look, see what people have tagged me in. So I know the new mask is going to be a conversation that people are going to want to have. And that's fine. I'm here for it. Yeah, I want to have a look at the pictures myself and see where the conversation is. So I'm interested in that. Obviously, the news of the match next week is like... So that's pretty crazy as well. I'm a little disappointed we didn't get any video this week, but the match announcement for next week, great. So So, yeah, I mean, look, it's slow in its pacing, but I'm okay with that. I understand that there'll be some that aren't, but I'm okay with it. I mean, the Bloodline was slow in its pacing as well, and that's been very well received. You know, not every week the Bloodline came out and just absolutely killed it. It's just that they did, you know, they did enough. They did enough whereby it was keeping people's attention. I think we've introduced this group, and I think, like, we can keep exploring the characters. I feel like they could do with a Funhouse type thing. I think we could definitely do with that. I think there's still too much of a distance between us and the characters. You know, like, we don't really know much about them. So I feel like we could do with some vehicle like that. But I don't know. I still feel like we're just settling in. This is just really to introduce them, isn't it? So I'm all right with it. I'm okay. But I could understand people being a bit like, I wish it was a bit quicker. I could understand that. Right, I need to go anyway because I need to do that video, and I've also lost the top of my pen, which is also a problem. So appreciate the support, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you had a good time. I had fun with this show. I really did. I thought that there was plenty to enjoy here. So hope you had fun as well. We will be back tomorrow with the Wrestling Escape Pods and NXT. We'll be back tomorrow with NXT. Looks like a good NXT, actually. So we'll be back with that. And, you know, there'll be a Wyatt Sicks video tonight. There'll be Unseens coming up. You know the drill. So we've got all of that on the way. So thanks a lot for watching. Appreciate the support as always. And Thomas says Nikki's first match might be a bigger deal. Maybe. I do like what people were saying. Maybe next week we don't properly get the match, and then maybe it spills over to Bash in Berlin, but we'll have to wait and see. So thanks a lot for watching. I'll see you next time. Bye for now.